Welcome along and welcome to a fresh new start here on Spruce Mountain Farms. We have moved here from Stone Valley. This is a continuation of the American Survival series we've been doing over there. We got to the point on that map where we, well, basically, we weren't able to move any further. The contracts were failing us. The land prices were way too much for us to deal with. And so we have moved farms. We've got ourselves a nice little farm here on Spruce Mountain Farms. We sold everything up we could and transferred. Well, we kept everything we could and transferred it over to here. Sold up the rest and bought this farm. So we ended up with 482,782 pounds when we sold everything up there. We've kept all of our machinery. We've got all of our equipment and everything. I think we returned everything that was leased. No, we kept two leased items. Our animal transport to get all our cows here and our flatbed bale trailer. We've got our fuel trailer here that does not have anything in it. We've still got our two tractors. We've got our New Holland T6 125 and our John Deere 6 155M. As you seen, we've got our truck. We've still got our TLX 3500. We've got our Vermeer windrower, our tedder, and our grass roller stroke seeder. This is our new cow shed with all 36 cows that we brought over. The one thing that this has or requires that our previous one didn't is water. So water trough needs filling. We also have a feeding area. We've got a little bit of feed in at the moment, but I think we're going to have to buy some bales to get through the winter, unfortunately. But we've got our feeding trailer and everything here. And then I want to show you what we bought land-wise as well. So we own this section of the map up here. We bought the main farm, which is Field 8, Field 7, and Field 6. We also bought Field 5 because, as you can see, our cow area stretches quite a way into it here. So for our cow field to properly be set up, we had to buy Field 5 as well. All of these are past being ready. We've got a withered field in Field 5, so we're going to have to deal with all that. Field 8 and Field 6 are both ready to harvest, though. Field 8 has Field 8 has cotton in it, so we're probably going to go through and see if we can get that harvested. Field 6 has I think Field 6 has corn in it, doesn't it? Yes, it does. So ideally we want to get those two harvested, but we are very short on time, and it is the 2nd day of November. I think if we look at our calendar, yeah, both of those crops, we do not have the equipment to get them harvested. So I think both of those are possibly going to not make it this year. And we'll end up with 3 withered fields, especially as our concentration today really needs to be on the cows. However, what do we have on sale in the shop? Not an awful lot. That power spray, though, that would be quite a good item to get my hands on. 24 meters would do us well. We don't have the See and Spray, but we could add that later if we wanted to buy it. And a nice John Deere setup. So, yeah, I think we will go and pick that up from the shop and purchase that. Otherwise, I think everything here is not really anything we're after. So, yes, we are getting set up today. I'm not overly worried about the crops that are in our fields. First job is to make sure the cows are doing well. And in order to do that, we're going to have to drop this trailer off. You can also see, actually, in the back, we've still got the forks. So what I'm going to do is open this up, undo those, and we can come and get those with the tractor in a minute. For now, though, I'm going to hook up to our milk tanker. This obviously is what we normally fill with milk. But today, it's going to have to be used to give some water to our cows. And one of the really nice things about this map, one of the things that works really, really well, is these water points. I love how these look. And I did this in the first look. We had a look at these. But they just so nicely worked into here. And I don't mind getting stuff for our animals if this is how we're going to be filling it up. So let's refill that. Doesn't cost anything to refill from here. So yeah, we're filling from our own lake and using the pump system to do it. Right, water is filled. Let's get back off here. And do you know what? I'm really tempted just to go and hire some equipment and see if we can get the 2 fields that we have to get harvested today. So let's take this over here, empty this. I think we could probably hire a fairly small combine to go and get field 6 done, and yeah, just hire a cotton harvester and let those 2 run. So with the water all filled up, how does that leave our cows? Let's go through here and have a look. So cows now have, wow, we are going to need, well, we don't have a huge amount of cows. So that should be enough for a little while. Hopefully that productivity will do not too badly there. And I think what we want to do today then is probably head out and see if we can hire a cotton harvester and a combine harvester, get those 2 fields done, and then go from there with getting the yeah, go from there and get the rest of the farm sorted and up and running. We're gonna need a cultivator or something to do field 8, I think it is. No, field 5. So field 5, we're gonna need a cultivator. That's moved. We're gonna have to do this quickly because of the way this is all shaking around under here with those forks on it. It's not overly happy. There we go. Right, let's get the forks unloaded off here. We'll then head down to the shop. As I said, I think we'll pick up this sprayer as well, and we can then get moving. Down to the shop, and like it was on Stone Valley, we've got clever motors here. And like it was on Stone Valley, we've got the main shop entrance around here and the contracting office around the side. As it was with them with before, we are able to get contracting machines from here to do stuff across the area. Now, going into the shop, as I said, I am going to buy this. I'm not going to put the spot sprayer on it immediately, but we are going to get it in such a way that we can get this set up. Now, the number plate I want to put on it matches our tractor. So this is going to be MapsByMako. There we go. That is done. And I'm going to make that black on there and back only. And okay. So yeah, everything else is good. Let's buy that now. And all good. As I said, nothing else that we want from there. Now, the cotton harvester, we will go for the cheaper one. 485,000 for this, and we're just going to set it going on a hired worker. It's going to cost us 24,000 to lease this, and I'm kind of hoping we get enough off there. How much is cotton worth? So cotton at its best price in March is 2.5 grand per 1,000 liters. So yeah, this may end up being a bit of a price sink. But we'll find out. Let's lease that then, just to do that. And then finally, we want to grab a harvest. No, we don't want to grab a... I'm not going to go with the combine harvester, actually. I'm going to go with the forage harvester. And I'm going to lease a John Deere 8000 series. I do want to have one of these overall, so this is good. Engine size, GPS, no. I'm gonna go with these colors, and we're not gonna put a number plate on it because it is a leased harvester. And yeah, I think that's a pretty good way to go with that. Leasing that is going to be 15,000 as well, so not cheap. But it is the setup we want. And to go with that, we are going to need a header and we're going to need a trailer. So forage harvester header, we want a John Deere. How much horsepower does our forage harvester have? Let's have a look. 380 horsepower. Let's have a look in here. So this with John Deere is 375. Perfect. We will lease that. Yes. Okay. And then we need a trailer as well. And I'm going to try and get something a little bit more all-roundery here. Let's see what we've got for the size of fields and everything. How much does this red rock hold? So this will hold up to 44. Perfect. We will get it in a green. We'll leave design color that, but we'll put the yellow on there to go with our tractors. Configuration, we are doing extension. So actually, yeah, there we go. Trelleborg tires. No, I want a Michelin's. Design, standard side markers. We will leave that, and we will leave that. And yeah, this is going on this tractor as well. So we're going to buy this for 30,000, and that will do us fairly well as well. So nice setup over here. We are going to have to find a fuel station because this tractor is getting a bit low on fuel. And we will get the sprayer back a little bit later. For now, what I want to do is get this hooked up to here and onto our silage trailer. We want to get this hooked up to the header, and we're going to get these two in a follow me configuration. And yeah, I think we want something like this ultimately for ourselves. We talked about this a lot when we were doing, when we were on Stone Valley, and holding on to this harvester actually might be fairly good for us. If we can. We are on lease to buy, lease to own here. So that will work towards it. Put the follow me on that. Do we have someone? Nope, we don't. Hold it on, and hopefully it will do. No, that is not following for whatever reason. There we go. And perfect. Right, that's all set up. And what we're going to set this to do is a feature I really like in FS22. Well, we don't want to hire. What we want to do is come into here, into the hired workers, and we can target this up to this field here and go target position there and set it going. And yeah, that will now go up, and it'll go and harvest that field while we jump in this and go and harvest the other one. Coming up to field 6, and I want to get this, yeah, to come over here. Let's unfold that. Will it let me unfold the front, or is it unfolding? I think, yeah, there we go. Now I can unfold the front. And we want to get the pipe out as well. And then what we're going to do, is, I think, is we're going to set courseplay to do this one. So into our hired workers, we want to create job, courseplay field work, yep. Target position there. Field position is here. We want first waypoint, open course generator. We want to do I think we'll do 3 headlands just to clear things out fairly easily. Smooth in the headland corners so that we can follow easily. And then I'm going to set it to do a racetrack around that after that. So generate field course. And that is looking pretty good as well. So close that and start job. And then we can jump out. Jump in our tractor. Take the hired worker off this. And as he goes into there, we'll then be able to follow behind. And, oh, you're going to go around that way, are you? Fine. Round through the woodlands. And it looks like we're going to lose maybe a little bit of crop as we try and follow behind here. Wow, this is a little bit more difficult than I initially thought to get myself set up. But that should actually reach out on this bit here. Yep, there we go. And we are away. So, had a little bit of a teething trouble and discovered that the manual discharge mod does not like forage harvesting. So I've had to turn that off in order to get this to work. It does mean we've lost a little bit of crop around some of the outside of the field, but I don't think it's going to be a huge amount. And we'll be able to just keep going and keep this harvester going as well. So yeah, not too bad. We are going to be doing this carting, as I said. We do have an issue in that we don't have a huge amount of fuel. I'm hoping that there's going to be enough to do this job, but we'll see how we go, because of course the time is ticking on today, and we don't know how long this job is going to take. If we can keep this harvester going and keep it moving as quickly as we can, with any luck, we'll get it all out. It'll be fine. But at the moment, we've solved the problem. So I'm now hopeful that today is going to go a little bit smoother. 1.5 trips around the field, and it looks like we're going to have a pretty full trailer by that point. Trying to adjust my speed carefully so that we keep going. But yeah, 44,000 litres of, well, as I said, 1.5 around. And it's filling up the back at the moment, but that should fill right to the top. Our forage harvester then will wait for us here. We've got one more headland to do, and then we're going to do a racetrack approach through the field. There we go, 99%. I think that is pretty full. So we're going to go and head back to the yard, and I'll show you what we're planning to do with this. And this is an extension of what we originally did on, or we originally planning to do on Stone Valley. I don't want to do traditional silos on here. I want to do something a little bit different. So as I said, I'm looking to do something a little bit different on here. And to do that, we're going to be putting in a new building. Let's head into our construction over here. And we're looking at silos. And we spoke about these a little while ago. Here we go. So we got some fermenting silos. I'm trying to remember. We got the one from the... So that's a standard multi-fruit silo. We've got these two here and these two here. This is 100,000 and is probably a little bit large for what we want at the moment. So this one here, this holds... Doesn't tell me how much it holds, which is a little bit annoying. But we're going to put this, I think, and just over here in our yard. That way we can fill it up. In fact, yeah, if we put it here, we can probably fill it up and empty it as we're coming through our to feed our cows. Doesn't tell me how much these hold, which is a little bit annoying. We've got 2 large stator and a steel silo. That one there. 200,000, 250,000. I think at the moment we can only really afford 60,000. So I'm going to put it here. A little bit in the middle of the yard should should allow us to do things as we wish. So that there, like that. And then I want to unload this chaff into this here, and then we can unload it at the other side and keep things going. And if we need to add another one, we can add another one. I think is the way to go. Like that. Especially as we're only doing the single field at the moment with this. We're now following behind our forage harvester as it cuts in. I've had a look at that silo and to have a look at exactly how much it will hold. 338,000 litres. So we should be able to fit this trailer, this field in, I think. We are coming up to... well, we can put 44,000 litres in this trailer, and this is only our second trailer. So that would mean I think we can get 7 trailer worths in here, and or 7 trailer worths into the silo. I think what we might do is, if we need to, we might put down a bunker silo as well, just to sort of cover the any excess we get. But to be perfectly honest, I don't think we're going to have a huge amount of excess from this. It does show me I only need to do maybe 1 field like this a year for our own feed, because 338,000 litres is going to be more than enough to keep our, well, low number of cows at the moment fed. So yeah, we're going to keep an eye on that. It is getting darker though as well, so there is that to take into consideration too. Whether we get all of this done by the end of today is a big question mark. We'll see how quickly it takes us to get this field out. The other thing we've got quietly moving around and doing the work on here, of course, is our case cotton harvester. That is up to 17,722 litres. Price for cotton that we were seeing earlier, best price for cotton, we are looking at 2,500 March next year. So that actually is going to pay really well, especially if we get a full 1 full bale off here would be great. 2 full bales would be even better. So we'll see how this does. This will probably be the only time we do cotton on this map, and I want to yeah, I think it's going to pay off for us with it doing it. We're getting about 21% per row off here at the moment, and this is still only our 3rd trailer full. So I reckon we're probably coming up to about halfway through this field, if we're not there already. We've only got 1 more row on this bit here, and then this next row is going to bring us yeah, easily going to bring us halfway through, and we've not even got 3.5 trailers yet from our 7 trailer estimate. So fully expecting all of this field will fit into our small silo, and will allow us to have a good start on silage to feed the cows going forwards. We are going to have a look and see if there's any way we can do hay. I'm thinking the odd bit of field we've got around the cow pasture is probably going to be a really good place to put an extra bit of grass. So the top end of field 5 is a really odd shape at the moment. So I want to square that off a little bit, make that a little bit easier to work. I have a feeling field 7 already is already a grass field. So between those two, that should give us more than enough grass or well, hay making ability. So we need to go and tip this into the silo. I think we're going to be working into the night to get all of this done, but it should work pretty well for us in the long run. I'm quite happy with our setup on here. I'll tell you what though, that steel silo that we've added fits in so well with the rest of the aesthetic around our farm. That is quite awesome, and I like coming around here like this and sort of emptying this way. Yeah, no, that is really, really cool, and just works really, really well. Empty out our red rock trailer, and yeah, as I said, I think we've got maybe 3 more loads to go this evening and get everything in. I'm gonna get those done. We will get the cotton cleared as well. We are gonna be doing a little bit of moving around today. We also need to get this repaired, I think. Yeah, our truck is in need of repair, so we're going to take this down to the shop, get it repaired. I want to add a new item to the flatbed and to the truck bed, and I want to get rid of this flatbed. So we're going to try and hook this up to this because I think we can add a little more use to our truck here if we can hook things up. I get it in the right place. There we go. So we'll hook this up. We're heading down to the shop. The sun is rising, and we've got a fair amount of snow, though. It is early December. What I do want to cover with you is what we've got going on here. This is our production for our silage. We've got 51,000 litres of it already, which is great. So we should have something to feed our cows with very soon. We do need to get some hay to mix in though as well, so we do have that as a problem at the moment. So we might pop down to the shop and buy some of that as well. In fact, I might give my bring my New Holland down behind us in tow. Oh, I'm actually thinking, my plan was originally, yeah, I think I'm going to restrict myself too much if I go with this. I was going to put the 5th wheel on this and go with that. But to be honest, I think we're going to restrict ourselves too much if we do that. So what I'm going to do is change plans a little bit. We'll unhook this. We'll go put the truck back. I think that 5th wheel will be useful at some point. What we want to do today is actually put this back and go and pick up some bales we'll go pick up some hay bales and some straw bales first. Make sure that we can feed the cows, because I think our cows are fairly low on food. Yeah, they've only got 515 litres of feed. So we need to go and get some feed for the cows, which means picking up some hay that we can mix in. We can buy a whole load of bales, and do we have anything on the front of this? We've got pallet forks on the front of this at the moment, so we'll have to switch those over for our bale forks, which are over here. I wasn't 100% sure exactly how I wanted to do this. Now, the other thing I think we want to pick up that we don't have at the moment is, up till now, we've run with, oh yeah, it's not a bale fork we've got. We've run with this weight here, which has no hitch on the back. So I think we're going to have to pick up a weight, the biggest weight I can, with a hitch. We need to get the cotton bales off the field as well before we can do anything with that field. It's a little bit of a busy day for such a winter's day. We need some feed for our cows. We need to clear the cotton bales off of field 8, and we need to mulch both field 8 and field 6. So after we've got the cotton bales cleared, we need to clear the we need to get a mulcher and do those fields with that as well. I think we might have to lease that. I think we're going to end up doing a lot of leasing to begin with, but our cotton bales should pay us fairly well when they come up. So let's head down the shop. Let's get this sorted. Let's get some lights on the tractor, and I'll see you down there. I'm quite pleased at how well the first episode of this series has been received. It's gone down really well. You guys seem to really like it. Oh, we've still got our sprayer up here that we bought last time. That's got to be brought home. But first, let's head over to the shop and see what we've got. We'll also see what they have on offer today. So what have we got in the store sale? A Landini and a Elite Wolf. Neither of those are in any use to us. First thing I want is a weight, and we're going to need something pretty big. I'm going to go with this, the Tenwinkle 2,500. This should be perfect. It's got a hitch. We will get it in the jet black. Let's buy that. 3,700 for that. And then we need a whole load of hay bales. So square bale hay. I don't know what the difference in size between those are. I think the square hay bales are going to be easier for us to handle. So I want to get a full set of 8 of those for now. Yes. Okay. So it's 11,000 for that. That is quite a bit of weight on the back of here. But we need quite a bit of weight. We've got wheel weights, and that should mean that we can pick up the cotton bales rather than having to get a cotton bale trailer to maneuver it all. And yeah, look at that. Effortlessly picks up 2 hay bales and is going to make our job much easier loading this way. This is incredibly stable. I'm very, very pleased with how well it works with this weight on the back. For realism, I think what I'm going to do is just lower, well, when we get close, lower that weight. Make it easier to hitch up to it. Like that. Will it? It won't do the pipes, but that you would connect those up as well. Let's lift that. There we go. And yeah, that is looking pretty good. I'm just wondering where the best place for us to store this is going to be. We don't have a hay barn, so to speak. I think maybe in the end shed there. But we're going to go and get the mixing wagon, get some more feed into our cows. I think one of these bales is 8,000 litres. So it's going to be a single hay bale and then top the rest up with silage. How are we for fuel in this tractor? We are actually really awful for fuel in this tractor. So the other thing I want to do is buy a fuel tank today, I think. I'm not going to worry until it goes into the red, I think. Now, how much does this Silo King hold? So this holds 22,000 litres. What we can do then is grab this. I should have grabbed some feed pellets. That was a bit of a mistake. We had those in the previous farm and used those for mixed ration as well. So I think next time we go down to the shop, we will have to get those too. Right, and then refill the remains of that with this. And we just keep an eye on it. That's evened out. And then we end up with slightly more silage. Yeah, but still well within. Let's switch, unload side, and unload feed for our cows. And we'll see how far this goes. I think 20,000 litres should do the cows for a good while here. Yeah, it's given them a decent amount for a while. I think we'll do one more round. And this will, I think this will get it into the orange. I hope this will get it into the orange. But, so it's not quite got into the orange, but it is plenty to keep our cows going for a while. What I need to do now is pick out where we're going to put the, where we're going to put our fuel tank. So I don't think we need anything overly expensive. We've not got a massive farm. I think, which way round is best for this? I think we are probably best off actually putting this at, you know what, I don't want to put it there. I want to put it right outside one of our sheds. Over this way here I think is perfect. Yeah, there, right next to our shed. Bam, done. Right, let's go down there, refill this tractor, and from there, well, refill the tank and then refill the tractor, because that will then sort us out. So over here, stop it, into here. I'm not going to buy... I'm going to buy 2,000 litres. That will do us. And then over here, we can refill the John Deere. It's got quite a lot of DEF in it at the moment, so that's all good. It is just the diesel that needs refilling. And there we are, 265 litres in total. We can go and put this back in the shed. And we're going to be concentrating now on our New Holland for the rest of the day. Because that is going to have the most effect for getting the cotton bales clear. And if we have enough time, if we finish mucking around with all the bales and everything, then what we might do is see if we can get the mulcher and get field mulched. Otherwise, fields mulch. Otherwise, we will probably attack it next time. So this is the last set of bales unloaded. Just gonna plonk them on the top of the stack here. This should leave this all out the way and not causing us any issues. Then we can hook onto our weight here and head into the field and go and see if we can pick up these cotton bales. As I said, I'd prefer not to have to go and get a cotton bale trailer. Oh, we need to lower that. It really does require... Wow, it does require the weight to be lowered in order to hook it up to the trailer. I really like that. That is really cool. And there's a certain amount of a pull down that the trailer has on the weight and the back of the tractor as well, which is quite cool. Now, I can see one bale up the top end of the field there. We've got a bale down the bottom end over there, one there. Looks like we've got 3 bales in total. Now, I know the one down the bottom there is the smallest, and therefore it's probably the best one for us to try picking up first. No crop destruction on the destroyed cotton. Sorry, on the harvested cotton. I know that there would be on the cotton that is... if we were doing the cotton as a pre-harvested. But yeah, post-harvested cotton doesn't seem to be destroyed by driving on it. Okay, 9,391 litres, and oh, the tractor is not happy. That is not enough weight on the back of this tractor to lift this cotton bale. These are larger than I thought. Yeah, that is not going so well. I think short distances pull up right beside it and try and load it on. I think the other two are going to be a real struggle for it. It's just about handling the first one. The other two are going to be really tough. Right, let's... Oh, God. Well, that's even strapped down. I don't suppose they're very movable, but, yeah. We may have to go and get a cotton trailer after all. If we do, I'm likely to go and get one of the truck ones with a... oh, lower it. There we go. Nope. Come on. Please connect up to the trailer. Yeah, we'll have to lease it, and it'll be a bit expensive to do that. How much is it going to cost us actually to do that? If that. So if I was to have a look at cotton, 46,000 to buy the cotton trailer outright. To lease it, we're looking at 2,000. It's not awful. We're gonna have to do it eventually anyway. But the fewer days I have to lease it for, the better. Although, you know, if I could sell them off this as well, that would be great. So we'll see. What I'm gonna do then is we're gonna try and pull up right beside this and see if it'll actually lift it onto it. We've got enough space certainly to get it on. Just it's whether it will allow us. There we go. To Do it. Oh, certainly there are wheel loaders you could do this with. And there are wheel loader mods that will do it. But it would be more expensive to do it that way. So let's... Yeah, we're not happy, but... Oh, doing it slowly and carefully. We're going to get this done. There we are. Yeah, it's wheeling. It is wheeling just a little bit. But there it goes. On and done. So, yeah, that is going to save us a whole load of money doing it this way. Now we've just got to go and unload them somewhere and hopefully not have to move them around too much, because if we do, we're going to end up with... Nope. We're going to end up with a big problem that I don't really want to have. But yeah, let's go and get these back into the shed. Getting that extra weight on the back of this was definitely a good idea. Now, I have a drive-through shed here that we might be able to unload these into, store them in for a few months, and then deliver them. Probably a good place to put bales as well, actually, this shed. Right. Let's lower the rear weights. And I can disconnect my trailer. We should be able to reverse here. Oh, apparently not. Oh, because I haven't lifted the weight back up, so it got caught on the lip of the shed. Yeah, perfect. And with a little bit of careful maneuvering, we'll be able to get these unloaded. So in... Yeah, 9,390 litres. Keep it low and back. That will help balance things out. We'll bring the centre of gravity further back on these, and should then mean that we don't end up tipping forwards. Like that. And just the second one. So in with that. I'm going to turn the lights off on my tractor. There we go. We're getting a bit bright. It's actually a bright, sunny winter's day now. Right, 20,000 litres. And you can see why I was taking it slowly, loading this second bale on. It really, really is lifting the back of this tractor up. And the tractor does not like it. It is, yeah, it is too much weight on the front of this. But we are unloaded. And yeah, that will store the cotton until we can sell it. 49,000 litres of cotton it looks like we have overall. So that is going to be a very nice price. Let's just have a look. Cotton price at best hits in March. So a couple of months from now, 2,500 per 1,000 litres. So if we have 49,000 litres of cotton, 2 times that is going to be 100,000 just about, plus another half of that, 125,000 I think is roughly what we're looking at for just for hiring that cotton harvester. I thought our cotton harvester was going to be the thing that cost us. If it's doing that well off that field, I'm really tempted to put some cotton in. Let us know in the comments. What do you think? If we can get that much off this field of cotton, and this field of cotton, it by no means was a good field. We hit... where's our harvest? Let's find the harvest yield on it. So we had good yield in that corner and that corner, but even then, yeah, even that wasn't 100%. Looks like we got a height of, yes, so between 95 and 115, but the middle of the field went down as far as 75%. So I think this is a really good field and a really good amount. If we did that like on field 5, we would have a really good outcome. So I'm leaning actually a little bit towards having a cotton and a cotton and maize farm, and making money from cotton and hiring the equipment for that. Oh, cotton to lower that down, disconnect that. We're supposed to be driving up right beside it, but yeah. So cotton might be a valid crop on here. What do you guys think? Again, I'm really intrigued. Would you like to see me do cotton on here? Do you think that's a good way to go? I am surprised with actually how cost-effective cotton would be as a crop for us. We spent a lot less than that hiring that harvester to do this field for 2 hours. Let's just have a look in here. Cotton harvesters for that Case Modular Express to lease that cost us 24. So it costs us 50,000 to do that, and we're going to make 125,000 off it. That is actually a really good return. I am very impressed by the return of on the cotton there. And we could possibly make even more if we were to go the production chain route with it. So yeah, let us know what you think in the comments. I am very intrigued by your thoughts, and we could fund the farm for a year pretty much just on a single field of cotton like this, and I'm really tempted to do it. Bring our bale of cotton into the shed. We want to come in a little bit off to the left because we want to make sure that we can very easily unload it. And I think we'd have to up some of our equipment. I think we'd probably get a proper cotton trailer if we were to do this and were to do cotton. But this is a great shed for storing cotton bales until we can get them loaded up and sold. And I'd look at well, I am thinking a wheel loader would be a good way to go with a cotton bale spike on it, or alternatively, whoa, let's not be too hasty here. Yeah, down, get the center of gravity really low, and then get us lined up and off. I think it's actually easier in cab with this, but that's done. But yeah, I think getting a wheel loader to maneuver the cotton bales in here and store them properly like that is not the easiest way for us to get them out as well. So it's gonna be a task. We should be able to sell them off that trailer. If not, we'll have the front loader with us as well. And I think using the muck or the silage fork is a little bit better. It spreads the weight out across all of them rather than just being on 2 bale spikes, which is what we have with the with a normal bale spike. So that is all good for us. And we're just going to bring this in here and park this back up. It is, well, 10 to 3, oh sorry, 3 minutes to 3 in the afternoon. I think we can go and get the mulcher. I'm not sure exactly how far through today we're going to get with it. But we can definitely go grab it. We might go and do the cornfield with it, in fact, and see where we go from there. Just backing this up, though, into position, dropping it down, and disconnecting it. That is working quite well for us. So next job, we're going to go and grab a mulcher because we need to get some stuff mulched. I think on equipment at the moment that we are not looking to alter the setup of, so that we don't need to get extra stuff onto. and that we're not buying secondhand like the mulcher here. We probably want to grab on a lease to own basis. So the size of our fields, we need a fairly big mulcher. And to buy either the Dabo Maxi Cut, which is 5.8 meters, or the 6 meter TMC Cancella TJP 610, which I think is actually the one I want to go with. Although that's 200 horsepower versus 150. What is our tractor? 172. So we can't go for the really big one. I was hoping to, but we've not quite got the horsepower. We're a little bit underpowered. 5.8 meters is not massively off. So, yeah, I think we're going to have to get this. We are not looking to alter it much. I think I will put the wide tyres on it. It's Verdicine or Trelleborg. And Verdicine are the wide tyres. We need to put a number plate on it. Actually, no, we don't need to put a number plate on it. So we're going to go Verdicine. No number plate on this. Okay. That is going to cost us £230 a day, 1,173 to lease. Yes, that is brilliant. And yeah, we can go with that. That will be powered by this tractor. It will work fine with this. And then we'll be able to just really go and get our fields worked. I mean, this is our main tractor, and at some point we are going to have to get a second one to spread the weight a little bit. It's a little unfortunate. When I was setting up this map, in the early months, we just had a load of stuff that would have been really, really useful to have on the farm. One of these tractors came up, another John Deere 6M. We also had a forage harvester come up. It was a John Deere 9000. It was just within our price range. And yeah, that would have been great to buy outright. Rather than sort of, well, we are spending a lot of money on the lease to own of that John Deere forage harvester at the moment. So it's not too bad. And I'm hoping that we'll get a load of money in before it costs us too much. And we should have enough to go on. Auction for field 33. Where is field 33? That is right down the bottom of the map. Yeah, that is of no use to us. There is a little farm down there. If you saw the map tour that I did for this map, yeah, there's a really great little sort of start from scratch. Well, it's a survival start from scratch map. Farm at the bottom of the map that has lots of little fields. Great if you're starting with some really small equipment, and you can then expand out from that, which I really like. We, though, are going to head up this road here because this goes straight to our field. And yeah, I'm quite pleased with the farm we've managed to get on here and the setup. It's quite useful, especially having a field the size of field 5 that's going to take us a little while to mulch and do. And I think I'm going to have to split into 2, if not 3 fields for us to manage it to begin with. It might be something we can make into a big field again later on. But yeah, certainly at the moment, we might get away with just doing... Yeah, I think looking at the size of field 8, we could probably split it into 2 fields, plus a grass area at the top. Would work fairly well for us. Right. Over to here. Let's just check we've got everything hooked up. Yes, we have. Unfold this. Yeah, only 5.8 meters. Down, but then the other one wasn't that much bigger, so we're only losing 0.2 meters on it. But this is yeah, doing the job nicely. While I've been doing the headlands on this field, I've been considering what other advantages there would be to having a corn and cotton setup here. And the big one to me is that corn and cotton are both early year planting. So we're talking sort of February, March to plant cotton, and March, April to plant corn. That means when we come to do our harvest sort of later in the year, and they're both late year harvest crops, so we're talking sort of October, November on both of them. That means that we have plenty of time over the winter to mulch the fields like this, to get the fields ready for the next year. They both use the same planter, so we'd only have to have a single planter for both crops as well, which is good. And yeah, they're both really good cash crops, especially if we can get the maize turned into silage for the and sell off the silage. That would be really, really good. We could either set up our own BGA here, or we could go and set up, we could go and buy the BGA and do that. In fact, how much is the BGA? Let's see, where is it? That looks like the BGA. Oh, no, that's the shop. Where is the BGA? That must be the BGA. Yeah. So to buy that, let's just visit this. Would cost us, you know what? 500,000 is not bad. So yeah, we could buy this maybe. That would work out really well. So yeah, all in all, I think that's a pretty good way to go, and look to buy the BGA at some point in the future, and go from there. What a great thing that would be, to do milk, electricity, and cotton, and get away from the whole thing of doing grain all the time. Oh, and the other thing is, with the Platinum Edition coming out, we've got all this forestry we can do around here as well. So yeah, so many options on here that we can look at. I'm actually quite excited. Doing a slightly less traditional farm, which meaning a grain farm than we normally do, would be pretty cool. At this time of year, the sun sets fairly early and it gets pretty dark. We will be continuing on into the night, though, to get this field mulched. Today, we are going to be doing a lot of mulching. We need to get our fields ready for seeding next year. And very much, we need to do a lot of mulching and a lot of preparation. If we have a look at our map quickly, and we turn off the weeds because we have a lot of weeds. Both 5 and 6 are in need of ploughing. 5 and 8 are in need of mulching. So yeah, we're going to start off today by getting 5 and 8 mulched, and then once that's done, we can turn our attention to 5 and 6 needing some ploughing. At some point, we are also going to have to come round and get the precision farming soil sampling done. So there's a whole load of that to be done. We've got a grass field. Is this a grass field? I think this might be grass. No, this is barley. We've got a field of barley here that's growing. So yeah, this I want to turn into a grass field later in the year, I think. And along with a whole section we've got here of field 5. Because I think those two together will be really useful to us. Let's just pull this into here. Yeah, and this is all withered. This was a whole load of oats that we were just unable to get, well, that had withered before we took over the farm, to be honest. Bring this in here. Lots of people commenting last time on the fact that this was the best mulcher for me to buy. The fact that it's slightly thinner than the other one is evened out by the fact that it also works at a faster rate. So we should have no issues with that on here. If I can get the tractor to line up the edge of the field like that. Down we go. We are all connected up and everything. Yeah, we're looking good. Let's jump back in and away we go. And yeah, So, now will this give us any fertilizer stage? I don't think we can tell very easily the fertilizer stage or the... Yeah, we can't tell the fertilization setup of these fields at the moment. So, we need to get these all scanned. I think we're going to have to get them scanned by an agronomist coming in and doing it. I think to get the equipment ourselves and do it is going to take forever. So yeah, we'll get someone to come in and do this. It'll cost us a little bit more, but I think in the end it'll probably be worth doing it that way. Especially as we're going to have to spend a whole load of time getting these fields ready for planting in the next few months. As I was saying last time, and as I asked you guys last time, exactly what you thought I should do in regards to which crops. And lots of people supporting the idea that maybe we should do some cotton. So I think that's what we're going to do. We're going to have a cotton and silage farm here, and do something that doesn't involve a combine harvester for once. Taking me a little while to get round to this side of the field, and it shows just how big field 5 actually is. What I think we're going to have to do with the setup we've got and how we're working is probably divide it into 4, I think is where I'm going to go with this. So we've got a couple of obvious places to divide this field. We've got the edge where it meets field 6 at the bottom. That is a good place for us to split it. We're going to split it at the point where we are now. So bring this across here, and yeah, and we can split across here as well. That will then deal with the area that we've got that's got the weird section with our cow shed in it. Oh, I knew that was going to happen. Let's pop out and just sort this, and yeah, means that we've got a nice square off section there, and means we get a smaller third field, and then I think we're going to have to split it sort of halfway down what remains into 2 larger square fields. I think is the way it's going to have to go. It's quite a it is quite a big field. It is. That will give us a few fields roughly the same sort of size as... well, give us 2 fields roughly the same sort of size as field 8. And 1 field, I think, roughly the same sort of size as field 6. And then a good grass area for us to produce hay for our cows. So I think that will be our best bet up and our best setup. One thing I like about this mulcher is the wheels. It doesn't feel like, with lots of rollers, that I shouldn't be lifting it on those back wheels while I'm working. So I quite like that. It makes sense to me with this very awkward shaped field at the moment. But this is the area I'm talking about being grass. You can see here that it's left a very thin area around this corner that needs we need to do something with, and we do need a decent amount of grass fields in order to keep and grow our cows. So I think turning field 7 into a grass field and doing the top end of this as a grass field should give us plenty of grass to be working with, and then from there we will be able to go and make sure that our dairy side of our operation here on the farm is successful too. So we've got a lot of field left to mulch. I'm just reaching the end of the headland as we come up to 10 in the morning. So I'm going to go and do a second headland, and then we're going to start doing some very long up and downs. 2 headlands down, and we're starting on our long run through the field. We're just going to keep a nice straight line here, even though the field kinks out to the left here in a bit. We're just going to go straight through the middle of this and sort of try and open up as if we were doing a harvest setup. It is clearing this out rather nicely, and we're getting rid of this dead canola fairly quickly. I think this is canola. It was either canola or oats. I can't remember which, but yeah, either way, it's dead and of little to no use to us. So we want to get rid of all this. One thing we are going to have to start looking for and keeping an eye out for in the shop is a larger tractor, I think. If we're doing corn on here, yeah, nothing here in the sales at the moment. If we're doing corn on here, we are going to be plowing every year. So we're going to need something that will work in that way, that will do, well, let's have a quick look actually. So we're going to need a ripper of some description, 320 horsepower or 410. The case one here is 310. So yeah, anything with a bit of width on it is going to mean we're going to need a decent amount of horsepower to pull it. 310 horsepower is going to be something like a 9 RT or an 8 RT maybe. We'll have a look. You know what I'd love to get on here? An 8. I think it's an 8 RT. And we'll have a look in a moment. That is down, and we are... No, we're not quite straight. We want to be straight. There we go. There we are. Without GPS, this is a little bit annoying, but with a tractor with this many hours on it, I don't want to put GPS on it. So tractor-wise, yeah. We're going to need a large tractor, something like the 8RX, 351,000, but easily enough horsepower to do that, or an 8RT would have enough to do it as well. So either of those two are definitely on my target list. You can see the price, though. They're fairly expensive. It might be one of those things where we have to go and do them on a hire purchase, which means we need to be very careful about how much we're spending each month on leasing equipment and making sure that we are covering the costs of leasing that equipment every month if we're looking to buy it. Otherwise, we're going to find ourselves very, very quickly running out of money and going very deeply into debt with equipment that we haven't yet bought. And no, that's not going to do it. Back us up. Yeah, I really need some GPS, but we can't afford this a new one of these and a new one of those. Oh, I could put GPS on this. What do you guys think? We've got a tractor with 40 hours on it. Do we go and put GPS on this tractor, knowing that we're probably going to have to replace it not too distant future? We're probably going to have to put, actually, I think we're going to have to put GPS on this, and the crop sensors as well, because one of my biggest worries here at the moment is that our environmental score is slightly down. We're going to be losing money on every sale at the moment, because our environmental score is not quite right. So as a result of that, we want to get that back up. We need to rise that, and plowing these two big field, this big field and field 6. That is not going to raise our environmental score. That's going to have a negative effect on it. So, yeah, we don't want to be being charged money every time for when we deliver goods. Ideally, what we want to do is to get a little bit of extra cash. So we are very much going to need to start raising that score quickly in order to combat the cost of having to plow one of our fields or several of our fields every year. Time is rolling on, and so are we. We are up to, well, we're up to the last couple of rows, I think, on this side of the field. Downside is that we spin round here. There's a good 2/3 of the field left. It's a huge job, this, to clear all of this old crop. But we are getting through it. We will get through this field today. Whether I have to finish it off camera at the end, or whether we actually get through all of it. Hopefully, we'll just get through all of it. I would quite like that to happen. And yeah, we are looking at being fairly well set up. We need to sell. Well, we're at a point where we've got more milk at our yard than we have space for it in the tanker. So what I think I'm going to do is, when we get to the end of this side of the field here, and we've cleared this, we'll set a hired worker going on the rest of the field and covering the rest of that to clear it off, especially as those are going to be the longer runs at that point. And we will go and pop back to the farm. We'll go and sort the milk situation out, get some of that sold, get some money in, because as I said, we need to get some daily income coming in. And if the milk is going to be the thing that sorts that, that is going to be great. In fact, if that is the case, it might be worth us looking at grabbing some more cows and populating our cow shed a bit more. So we'll see how we go with that. All in all, though, these rollers have done fairly well at mulching this field in. I am just concerned what it's going to take to get this and field 6 ready for replanting in a couple of months. As I said, we're going to need a pretty big tractor with some serious horsepower to do these in any kind of reasonable time. I think if we go with it with a normal plow, especially on this field here, it is going to take forever to get it done. So very much looking at using something with a little bit more wingspan, a little bit more width to it, in order to ensure these jobs go a bit quicker. So a hired worker has been set off during the rest of that field. I'm going to take the back off this, and we're going to go and find the water trailer setup that we have for this normally, which is over here. Hook this up and see if we can go and make some money selling some milk. Should just be a case of backing this into here. Whoa. If I'm careful enough. Yeah, there we go. Back that into here. And then, where do we fill the milk up? This is the milk fill point. Oh, great. Right. Now we've got some milk. Perfect. Best price for milk at the moment, we're looking at $3.41 at Johnson's Farmers Market by the looks of things. Price is on the way up, although, yeah, it goes higher in January. But in fact, it goes best price in January. But we need the money. Well, do we need the money now? Yeah, we're actually pretty good on price. Let's just check this. So best price at the moment is 1341, 1368. That's actually not a massive fluctuation anyway. Cool. Let's go sell this. We're off to Johnson's Farmers Market. So let's tag that. See where that is. And it's over that way. So I will see you down there. Thankfully, not too far away. Johnson's Farmers Market is just down here. So in, and we will sell our milk over here. Now, is this... Well, we'll see which trigger it is. I think it's probably the outer one. Oh, no, it is the inner one. There we go. So that will give us a nice little income of milk from the milk. It's nice, actually, that the milk price doesn't fluctuate too much. It means that we can come and do it on a regular basis. And you can see there what I was talking about earlier, the negative environmental score kicking in because we've got a score of 47. We do lose a little bit of money, but all in all, we made about 10 grand off that, so that's really nice. And will keep us going for a little while, and we'll fill up and we'll sell again next month. So the actual amount we made from the milk was about 8,000, which is good. Our loan or our vehicle leasing costs at the moment are 3,000. I don't know whether that will... does this need repairs? I think this needs repairs. Let's have a look. Oh, yeah. Let's go repair this next, then. We'll disengage the trailer. Like that. And we'll take this over because somebody mentioned last time that actually we have a repair shop on the farm, which I didn't realise. It's in this end section here. So we've got the cotton bales stored in this shed. But in this end shed here, we have a workshop. Doesn't have a lot of stuff, other than the spanner, obviously. It doesn't have a lot of stuff marking it as a workshop. It'd be nice to have a few bits and pieces in here, but if we turn our truck off, should be able to go and repair it, like so. 2,135. There we are, all good, and done. Let's reverse this out, and we'll go put the truck bed back on it because we need to go and do that. And then I think we'll take a trip down to the shop because down there we still have a piece of equipment that we need to go and pick up that's been left down there for a while. And yeah, our sprayer we need to get back here. That is going to help increase our environmental score no end, that. So yeah, we really want that piece of equipment back here. It's a very important bit of kit. For the most part, I'm looking to populate the farm with John Deere equipment. We do have this New Holland T6. It was a steal when it came up on Stone Valley and made it a very affordable piece of equipment for us. But it was much... yeah, I couldn't really leave it at the time. It's a great tractor for us to have around the yard. It's got a little bit more oomph to it should we need to get it doing another job. By far, the tractor that's doing most of our field work at the moment, though, is our 6M. So eventually, I think we'll replace both tractors on here if we can. We need to make a decent amount of money to do that. We have now, of course, got this John Deere sprayer. This is going to make a massive difference to us as far as doing work on the farm. We don't have the spot spraying system on it yet. We are going to have to add that at some point. We can add that in our workshop, though. And that will give us a really good, healthy boost to our environment score when we come to do weeds. So that's why we need to add it onto it. At the time, we didn't really have the money to look at that and see about doing it. But now we kind of do. It's 3:30 in the afternoon and the sun is setting. How's our hired worker doing here? Not too bad. Seems to be keeping nicely on track. Not sure it's got through the long section of the field yet. Let's have a look. No, it's coming towards the end of it though, and hopefully that will mean he's gonna start speeding up on the last section. As I was saying before, though, this is why we need to split these fields a bit. Yes, we'd still have to do this work on all the fields, but we can stagger the work a bit more if the fields are separate ones, rather than just one big long one. That fairly small piece of equipment for that field ends up going for. And that actually, as I was saying before, that is the second largest and the fastest working mulcher that's available base game. So yeah, doing mulching on big fields takes a while. Right, where am I going to have as my spray shed? Well, we could put the sprayer in there and do it that way. I think we're going to park it under this cover for now. That seems to be the place that equipment like this is a good place for equipment like this to go. So we'll back this into here. And yeah, next time I think we're going to have to look at possibly getting a big piece of kit. A big tractor and a big ripper in order to get our field sorted and ready. Meanwhile, we'll probably actually end up with our current John Deere, our 6M, doing the mulching on the cotton field next time. Because that's kind of what we need to get it doing. There we go. It's really going to be a case of which tractor do I get? Do I go for leasing an 8RT, which to lease that, let's have a look at how much it costs to lease these. And the thing is, we've got to set these up before we go and lease them. Actually, do we have any mods of these two tractors? Because I have had a lot of mods in. We've got some fairly big tractors that aren't quite so much. Wow, that is very expensive. Yeah, the RX here, 539,000 is much more expensive than the base game one at 351. So 357 horsepower would do it. We'd need the US track setup, like that. Configuration 3-point or front weight. Okay, we can go with the 11. Yeah, so like that. Yes to GPS. Yes to the Izaria. Actually, I don't think we need the Izaria add-on on this. Because we're not going to be doing any spraying with it. We're just going to be doing big field work. And we would put a license plate on, but that costs nothing. So leasing this would cost 7,700 per work hour and 3,700 per work day. So it's going to be a fairly costly thing to run on the farm. But I think we're going to need it. I think we're going to need something like this on here. The alternative is the 8RT engine setup. Well, how much is this here? So 348 here. And to go for a 345 here. Okay. Or, actually, what's the difference between those? That's the older version. So £100,000 less if we get the slightly older version of the RT. That's, oh wow, so many different engine setups on here. We want to get, you know what, the base one will be fine. Lots of different wheel brands. We want something fairly low impact, I think. Okay, and yep, we can go for that setup would be fairly good. Frame weight. Don't think we overly need a frame weight. 3-point hitch. Oh, okay. So we've either got toe or 3-point hitch. We're gonna need a 3-point hitch, I think, with the setup. Maybe, or maybe not. Actually, I think all the things we're looking to do with it are towed, so that should be fine. Front weight, front bracket. Yeah, if we put a bit of weight on the front, because we won't be able to adjust that, and I don't want to have that issue. Yes, we want a left beacon light. We want Starfire. Oh, wow. There are so many. Front loader attacher. GPS, yes. No Izaria, but that's fine. And yeah, so that would then cost to lease a lot less money. So I think we're probably going to be looking at an older version of that or something along those lines. There are other options here as well, like the 9x20 would be a good option too. So there's plenty for us to have a look at here and possibly go with that would pull the equipment we need to pull today. And so we're back to our hired worker working away. It's about halfway through this field. It looks like it's going to be continuing on. In fact, I think what we'll do is we'll take the hired worker off. We'll reverse ourselves up and yeah, we'll finish off this job because this is what we still need to do today. So finishing as we started, we're going to keep mulching this field and see how far we get by 5:30, I think. Just gone 5:30 and the sun is setting over that away. We have not finished this field yet. We're going to be working a little bit into the night to do it. But we are going to have field 5 completed in time for next time. Where, yeah, let me know what you think tractor-wise as far as getting something a little bit bigger for the farm. What I'm really concerned about at the moment is that the farm itself makes financial sense. So we need to make sure that whatever we lease, we end up covering the costs with milk and other things around the farm as we go. All in all, though, I'm pretty pleased with how things are going on here at the moment, and we should be nicely set up to do a great silage and cotton farm along with our dairy in the near future. So yeah, this is shaping up to be very nice at the moment. We are going to be getting on with some more mulching. We're actually going to set a hired worker doing it, and going to set them mulching the cotton field out here. Before I do that, I need to see if I can repair this tractor, because yeah, it's not in a great way, this John Deere 6M. So let's just see if we can repair this quickly. Repair is going to be 3,000. This is going to make things very difficult today, but I am going to repair it. We need to do that. It leaves us with 55,000, which is barely going to be enough. I think we might have to go and sell some more milk, to be honest. We are so close to having everything set up and sorted, but it's just that little bit more time we need before we can sell the cotton that is costing us at the moment. So let's bring this here. I think we'll set course play to do this field. So let's bring that up and bring our hired worker up here. So we've got field 8. We are going to create job. We are going to create course play. Target position is here, like so. Target field position is there, and we want to then generate a course. I'm going to do 3 headlands. Headland, we want I'm going to just get it to do sharp corners. We want it to go right up to the edges. Up down is all good and perfect. Right, let's generate a fieldwork course. And okay, it's going to go up and down the field like that. That's absolutely fine. And start job. So hopefully it's straight down and away it goes. So we're going to leave our 6M do this while we go and try and raise a little bit of cash. So we're just shy of 2,000 litres of milk that we can sell. We do need to get them sold. We have plans that are going to cost us about 56,000 today, I think. So that little bit of income from the milk is going to be really, really important. I want to get a new tractor. I want to get something that also can do ploughing. I think we can buy a tractor and lease the plough. So we're going to try that. Let's reverse this back. There we go. And refill that. Or actually, refill that. Wow, it's only 1,200 litres of milk. I thought we had more milk than that. Let's have a look at the price of milk. Is this going to be enough? Or am I going to have to sell some silage? Can I sell silage? I can sell silage. So we might go and sell a trailer full of silage as well today. That would do fairly well. Let's see. Price of milk. Best place to sell it is the bakery, which isn't too far away from us. We visited there yesterday, and just round the corner here. Oh no, maybe not. Maybe it's somewhere in the center of town. Yep, it is. So I will meet you down there shortly. Bakery is just up here on the right-hand side of town. We'll see if we can get ourselves into here and get this sold. Yep, right around the back here. I'll take it in very nicely. There we go. And empty that out. So hopefully that is going to give us a little bit of cash. We have a minus. Wow, we have a minus on our environmental score at the moment, which is not great. We really, really need to improve that. What I'm going to be doing today is actually, thanks to your feedback, you guys really, really gave me lots of really good feedback and suggestions and comments in the comments for the last video. And it's informed what we're going to do, especially initially here on this map as far as working the fields. As I said, today we're fairly close with the amount of money we have. We'll be a lot better off in March. But what I want to do is pop into here and we'll have a look. First, we'll have a look at what's on offer. Nothing really useful to us. So we'll leave that for now. But several of you guys suggested a tractor that I think is really great to get us started. We did have a suggestion of a 7R, which is 247,000, and yeah, is a little out of my price range. If I could buy a tractor outright, I wanted to. And while the Alice Chalmers here, this really appealed to me. I like the look of this. 302 horsepower. It does go up to... where are we? No, in fact, looking at it, it doesn't have enough power. We can't up the power on that. And for what I want to use, that is not big enough. I like this John Deere. This John Deere is great. Slightly older. Again, would have the power. But the tractor that got suggested to me is this. The Steiger Series 2. Now, its initial configuration does not have enough power. It's a little bit under. So we do need to bump it up a little bit. We need to get the 320 horsepower version. I want to put the Michelin tires on. And yeah, I want to put the twin wheels on it. Like, yeah, so like that. So we're going to go set up like that. I want to put the extra work lights, the medium... no, standard glass. We won't go do a beacon light because we're not planning to go anywhere with it. Air filter, we're just going to go standard. Exhaust, I'm going to put the Type 2 on it because I like the black exhaust coming off there. We are going to go with a standard attacher, and you'll see why in a minute. No front loader, although that will do. A snow plow, a dozer blade on the front of this, as well as a front attacher, or a mounted fertilizer adapter. We're not looking to use any of those at the moment. And I'm not putting GPS on it because, well, we can't afford it. This should leave us with £3,000. So let's buy this. Yes. Okay. Now, the reason why I wanted the extra bit of cash was because the plow I want is this one here, which straight up is 85,000. Is fairly expensive. And yeah, we need to lease it and we don't quite have enough cash. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to head up to the farm. We are going to go and sell a trailer full of silage because we have plenty of that. And then we'll come back down here and hopefully be able to lease that. In fact, what we'll do is we'll head over here and we'll take the tractor back with us. Because I want to get it. No, actually, we'll leave it down here because I want to get the plow back with it. But look at it. How wonderfully bright lime green is that? Absolutely gorgeous. That's really, really going to stand out. So back to the farm, and we'll just park this up over here. How much silage do we have that we can sell some of? Let's have a look in here. We've currently got 208,000 litres of silage. That is more than enough to feed our cows. So I think a full trailer of this will use our little New Holland tractor to do this. That will be more than enough for doing this job. Yeah, 125 horsepower should work absolutely well. Something I should note about our new Steiger is that it does not have a number plate on it. So apologies to the patrons, but of course there's no number plate to be put on that, unfortunately. Let's back this up and do this. There we are. So the plan very much is, I think, to buy this plow outright once we... Oh, no, around here. Once we get some money in from the cotton. We also need to buy a seeder, and I'm going to be doing that. And again, based on comments on the last video, I think we might put GPS on the 6M. Especially as we now have the Steiger with the older setup. I don't think... I'm looking to put GPS on that. I don't think we need GPS on that. Whereas our 6M is going to be doing a lot of work around the farm and is going to be doing a lot of the stuff for us to earn a... that's going to require GPS. So I think that's a good way to go. This is not going to hold a full trailer full. It might do. 40-odd thousand litres might even... I know, it's 350 per 1,000 litres. So it's not going to be enough to do that. But 44,748,000 litres of silage is going to be enough to earn us a considerable amount of money. Let's go and have a look. Best place for silage right now is the biogas plant. But it's only £2 different at the animal dealer, which should work out a little bit better for us. So, tag that. Both prices are coming down. The £2 is not going to make a massive difference. And I know absolutely it's going to work at the biogas plant. And, oh wow, this little tractor is struggling a little bit with this very large trailer. But the animal area is right down the bottom corner of the map here. And our sell point is over to the left. Oh, is this going to be a bale-only sell point? Very, very possible. We'll see in a minute. Is it going to let me tip it? Yes, it is. Fantastic. Right, let's straighten things up then. I was very, very worried that we weren't going to be able to sell the silage then. Tip it. Check that it actually pays me. Yes, it is. And a lot of money coming in. Wow, a lot of money coming in. Not going to be enough, as I said, to actually buy that outright. But it is going to be enough for us to, to be able to get a few bits and pieces. I could even have got that larger John Deere with that, but I've got the Steiger now. We might have enough even to put the GPS on the other tractor. But I think we're going to wait till March to do that, to be honest. Right, let's head back up to the shop and go and grab that plow. Into the shop area, and we'll just pull in over here, jump out, and pop into the shop. Plows, and we're going to need this. Now, normally on a series, I wouldn't advocate plowing a lot, but certainly after maize and possibly after cotton, we're going to need to plow every time. So that will hit our environmental score, but it'll hit us harder if we don't. So we are going to lease this. One of the nice things about leasing to buy this is there's no customization on it. So that should be perfect. 320 horsepower should match our tractor very well. 320, perfect. So yeah, take this over there, and we're going to hook everything up. Look at that tractor. Oh, we've got some deer running about. So bright, this tiger. I love it. I think it's absolutely wonderful. And yeah, it's kind of a small, big tractor. It's not massive, but it is just perfect for us early on here. It's a pity it hadn't come out on Stone Valley, because at 50,000 we would have snapped this up ages ago. Right, we can hook the John Deere plow up to it. And yeah, lots of people asking me, why are you limiting yourself to John Deere's? Why don't you look a bit further afield? There are lots of other American brands and things. And I kind of went, yeah, okay, why am I limiting myself to John Deere? And it's mainly because I just limited myself to John Deere. So yeah, let's follow me on. Are you actually following? You are. Perfect. Right. That can be my chaperone as we head back up the farm with this. Wow, 15 mile an hour, 16 mile an hour top speed. It might take us a little while. Coming up on field 5, we're gonna get started with that then. And what I'll do is I'll bring my tractor on to the field. We will stop the hired worker in the New Holland. And what I'm going to do is send this back to the yard. So just go park yourself. There-ish. Should be great. Don't hit my... okay, don't hit my new piece of equipment. And we'll work our way back to the farm by ploughing this field. And this... the reason why I wanted this John Deere plow in particular is because it is huge. Whereas we were taking quite a while to do this field with the mulcher last time, this should absolutely zoom through this job. So down. Don't want field creation, which we're not doing. So away we go. And yeah, trick here is going to be staying on our 0 degrees so that we have a nice long straight setup and get this field ready for, well, for splitting. We're going to split this field and then we're going to use the we're going to get it done with precision farming and get it scanned at that point, because as somebody pointed out in the comments, if we scan it before, it's gonna look like one big field still. If we scan it after, it'll actually look like 3-4 separate fields. This tiger is exactly what we've been looking for on this American Survival series. Absolutely perfect. I very nearly got the Spirit of 76 colors on this, but I can't ignore this lime green. It just stands out so well, and yeah, it's a beautiful color once you get used to the glaring the glaringness of it. It's going to be perfect for us doing the 2 big jobs that we need to do with this. So the first is going to be doing this and getting these fields plowed each time. As I said, we definitely need to plow the field after we've done the corn, the maize. We might need to do it after the cotton. Now, the cotton field at the moment isn't showing signs of that, so it would be good if each year we only had to plow our maize fields and not our cotton fields, because otherwise, yeah, it is going to hit our environmental score quite hard if we have to do that. One thing I haven't checked. Oh, actually, one thing, yeah. that we're going to have to check, and we're probably going to have to do, is get these fields limed. I don't know what the pH value of these fields is like, and we won't know that until after we scan them. So, yeah, that's a little bit of a tricky situation in that we're going to have to check on that and possibly spend a whole load of money online. However, all of that is going to come post cotton sales. So as soon as we sold our cotton, we will be in a great position for being able to check that out. The other thing that was worrying me about this and about the amount of plowing we had to do is the size of the stones that we were going to be pulling up. Let's just have a quick look in here and see what stones we've got. One more. So this is giving us, yeah, small stones, thankfully. So those will roll in. We'll be able to roll those in. What we will be able to do, though, is because we have a huge tractor to be able to do it, we can get a very large set of rollers, too. So I will be looking for probably these mega rolls. 350 horsepower is a little bit beyond our tractor. There may be something available that can do it at slightly lower horsepower. But yeah, certainly I want to put big rollers on this tractor and be able to do our fields a little bit quicker because of that as well. The thing that's actually meaning we have to split these fields, or this field especially, and that we can't just run it as a single big field, is the size of the harvesters. The width of a cotton harvester and the width of the forage harvester, they're not that wide, and it would just take us way too long to do those fields, or to do this field, if I had to do this with a single cotton harvester or a single forage harvester. At that point, I'm getting into multiple expensive harvesters, and we're not at that point in this series. We might be one day, but right now, yeah, several big expensive harvesters is not something the farm can support. Coming up to halfway through the field, and this is pretty much everything I was hoping I would get from this setup. It is absolutely chomping its way through. It is only 3 in the afternoon, so a couple more hours of this and we'll have field 5 finished. If I can get field 6 done today, that would be great, but not expecting it. As I was saying earlier, I really want to avoid having to plow if I don't need to. So we are not going to plow field 8. What we're going to do is get a cultivator of a similar sort of size and use that to do field 8. We'll lease that as well. In fact, if we put this on cruise control, and yeah, we should be all right for a moment. Let's just have a quick look in here at the cultivators for a similar sort of size and a similar sort of pull requirement. The Lenkin here, yeah, is about the same size, but it's only 8.4 meters. So I want to check things out and see if there's anything that is on the mod hub that will do that job just as well. And we might have a disc harrow, actually. Where's our disc harrows? There we go. Yeah, we have. We've got the high performance disc here. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's not going to cut it. 350. Oh, the case here. 9.360. That's still too much. Yeah, maybe we'll have to see how we do. We might have to try and push the HP on here. 360 is 40 horsepower more than this tractor has, so it might have a little bit of an issue there. Let's line this up though and get this last little bit of the field done here, and then this is all going to be replanted with grass. We're gonna do grass in this little section and really round the entire farmyard, just to make things a little bit better for us for what we're doing. And this field of wheat, I think this. Did we find out this is wheat or barley? Barley. So we've got a field full of barley and weeds here. That field is probably going to go to grass as well. So we'll have 2 decent-sized grass fields here. And then we'll have another 3 fields here, I think. Yeah, another 3 fields off field 8. We've got field 6 and field 8 itself. Sorry, field 5. We'll have 3 fields off field 5. We'll have field 8 and field 6. And that should be a really good amount for us to do the cotton and the maize with. And looking at field 7, yeah, I think we'll see how we go. But it would be good to have 3 fields of cotton and 3 fields of maize. But I don't think we can do that at the moment unless we can get another similar-sized field to maybe field 6 from somewhere. I have a feeling there's nothing close by though. Oh, field 9. Field 9 might be a good pick just the other side of the road. That's about the right size. I am so very impressed with this Steiger. I really am. Thank you to everybody. I said it earlier. Thank you to everybody who's made suggestions in the comments. The comments and feedback you guys give on every video is so important because without it, I'd miss ideas or miss things that I could possibly be doing in a series or good ideas for how to take the direction to take something. It makes the world of difference, the kind of things that you guys comment. And I'm always interested in your feedback. So yeah, please do keep them coming. You helped shape these series, and you helped give some really good ideas for the kind of things I can put on here. I mean, I would not have considered this tractor had it not been put in the comments last time. And I'm so glad that you guys did put it in the comments because it is working out brilliantly for us. It is going to do our farm really well for a good while, and it's going to get us going with some bigger equipment. I know somebody was worried when I moved over to this map that I wasn't going to be using the big equipment. I am definitely using the big equipment. I want to. It's going to make a difference to what we do on here. And in fact, we could go looking for a plowing contract with this, earn a really good amount of money, and not have to worry about leasing any equipment for it. We could just get it done. So yeah, I think we might be looking at that and maybe setting Horseplay to do one of those as we go forward when this tractor isn't being used, because it would make sense to get this tractor doing some other work. All in all though, yeah, this has been a great purchase, so thank you so much. Our John Deere has finished work, so let's oh, no, that is stopped. Let's clear the course then. Our field here is all mulched. Is there any ploughing required on field 8? No, it still doesn't need ploughing, so yeah, that's doing all right. I've got a hired worker going on our plough at the moment, but yeah, field 8 doesn't need touching, so that's good. In fact, field 7 won't either, so that's all really good. Let's get this then back into the yard. Need some lights on this, and we can put this away while our other tractor finishes off. In fact, we'll put everything away at the moment. We do have something that we can plant grass with. Of course, we've got our grass roller, so that will be fine for that job. And the only thing, we don't have any mowers yet, so we're going to have to buy some mowers. And we don't have we don't need a baler on this series because we're not going to be... oh no, actually, are we? No, I want to get... Ideally, I want to get myself a hayloft on here. Oh, let's not park this here. Let's park it down a little bit this way. I want to get a hayloft on here. That will allow us to then not worry about getting hay. And I want to get a pickup header for this. So we're going to use this for doing hay as well as doing the silage as well. Right, we want to get this trailer back into place. So this basically lives next to our silage shed because there's not much more. And yeah, getting a head for our forage harvester should be cheaper than getting a pickup head, sorry. For our forage harvester should be cheaper than getting a whole, getting a forage trailer. I don't think we need it. I think we're pretty good to go. Then to there, then with that. And we got the windrower. We just need a mower. And I've got an idea for a mower as well. That is something we will explore a little bit closer to the time, though. And as we come to the end of our final row here on field 5, and the sun is just disappearing behind the horizon, we have got all the jobs done for today, and yes, we've got ourselves a brand new plow that is doing the job absolutely brilliantly. I could not be happier with this Steiger. It's utterly fantastic. Once again, thank you to everybody in the comments who suggested it. You guys are awesome. Keep those comments coming. They really do shape how this series goes. Today, we've got a few bits to finish off before we start kicking into... Well, actually, we'll still be in winter next month. We'll going into February. But February is also when we can start planting cotton. So I want to make sure our fields are finished and ready. In order to do that, what we're going to do is get this working on this field here with a hired worker. And hopefully managing to get the last of our fields ploughed today. We also want to pop down. We need to get some hay to feed our cows. We have none of that at the moment, so we need to purchase some of that. And I'm actually going to start leasing the planter that we're going to be using. I did get corrected last time, and yes, it's a planter we need, and not a seeder for what we're going to be doing. Let's back this up a little bit. We might need a small seeder if we're going to do any wheat or anything like that, but not really planning that to be a main function of the farm. We can actually make more money and get... Ooh, out the way. And get the hay purchased. Oh, not the hay, sorry. The straw purchasing, because we do need some straw, really. Although I'm not sure we do. We've obviously got the cows, but I think if we go an all slurry setup on here and possibly use pumps and hoses or just get a large slurry spreader, I think we'll do fairly well on here. So I'm not too fussed about that. I'm not sure whether we really need some straw. What we do need is some water and some feed for our cows. They are looking a little bit low on everything yet. Lots of water needed. Lots of TMR needed. So we need to get some hay. We've got a couple of bales of hay here. So we'll start with those. We'll see how far these go. The 6 bales of hay we've got left. And then if we need to go and buy some, we can. But the chief thing I need to do today is go and get that seeder. And some seeds, actually. First, though, with our cows getting rather low on water, we're going to go over to our pumping station over here and fill up. It does take quite a few loads off of here for this. Oh, wow. This is fun with this tank on the back here. Just sort of looking at that small gap in the window. There we go. And refill. Oh, nice. Oh, got my feet wet. But yeah, I really love this pumping station. This is such a nice touch on this map. And I absolutely love it because you don't back into the water areas. You just go and use the pumping station and back onto here and do it. And it's a rather rickety, odd bridge to drive across as well, which is a really nice touch. I love that it's not just been made as a flat collision. It's individual round logs in the collision, which is just brilliant. Right, we want to reverse this up to here and fill some water. So 6,000 litres at a time. It doesn't go very far, but we don't have a huge number of cows at the moment. I think one of the things we're going to do in March is maybe see if we can increase the size of our dairy herd going forwards. Because we kind of need to be honest. It's going to give us a lot more milk on a more regular basis if we do that, and I think that is going to be one of the keys to this farm, to keeping things running. Certainly in this first year, is going to be making sure that, well, A, we don't go into the water, and B, that we are able to keep our money coming in from things like the milk. I think I might need to put some larger wheels on our TLX here. The current wheels fall between the logs. They're not really wide enough, and especially if you're on here and you're filling up, you can see the wheels just sort of slip into the space and end up getting stuck a bit. So I think we can probably put wider wheels on here. Stuff that's a little bit more suited for the terrain we've got on this map. I mean, these are steelies on this, and we can possibly do something a little bit better. But it's all down to money. I don't know how much it would cost to put some fatter off-road wheels on this. But I think it would serve us better on this map for that. Of course, the TLX 2022 is coming out soon. And I'm really looking forward to that. I'm really looking forward to having a go with that. And we might just get that on here. Might just replace our old TLX that we're running on here with that. Might be a better way of doing things. There we go. How much is that after 6? Oh, that's plenty of water we've got in there after 6 loads. So now we can go and concentrate on getting TMR up and sorted. So yeah, let's go put our tank. Actually, I'm going to leave the tank down the side here so that we can fill it up with milk when we need to. There we go. So undo that, and then we'll go and put the truck bed back on this and start work on feeding the cows. Before that, though, it looks like our Steiger has, well, it says it's finished the task. We need to sort this headland out. But that's fast. I'm actually quite pleased with that. We didn't put, yeah, we don't have a number plate on this. So this is a tractor we're not planning to drive on the road. We'll do transporting with other stuff. Let's drop that off. I have had people comment on these videos on the American survival stuff before and say that some tractors in the States just don't have number plates, which I find intriguing. I find very interesting. But I do try and put number plates on my tractors, especially if they're road bound. Now, that's done everything but that little square there, which is ever so slightly annoying. So we're going to have to turn around, go back, and just get that. And we'll get that in line with the rest of the field. But it's quite cool that we've got all of this field here. Field 6 is ready to go. Field 8 is ready to go. And because we're looking to direct seed, Field 8 is also ready to go because that has been mulched now. What we will need to do is now separate our fields, and then we're going to go and so yeah, we're going to separate the fields, and then we need to get them scanned. Unfortunately, I don't think we're going to be able to do the scanning until March. So yeah, it might not be worth getting the planter today. Let's have a look at the things. Yeah, so we can plant cotton in March. So we can go next month without a worry, and possibly even end up, unless there's a contract to do, we might end up skipping February because we need to get to that point where we can sell the cotton. The other thing that might happen, and I'm keeping a close eye on, is the cotton price. Our target is 2,500. Current price is 2,300, 2,400. So it's kind of kicking around. Well, it's not a massive way from the top price, which could very easily mean that we see the top price hit in February, which would work perfectly for us. But yeah, on reflection, I don't think it's going to be wise for us to go and get the planter today, because we may not use it next month, and we need the money actually to get seeds and things as well. So we're really now held back by the fact that we need to sell the cotton and get the money in from that, and that is going to be quite a good payday when we do. So that's good. We do have a lot of silage kicking around, of course, so we could always go and sell another trailer full of that. The one thing we actually need, which we don't have at the moment, is a pressure washer. So I'm going to have to buy that in March as well. We are, yeah, all of our equipment is just getting dirtier and dirtier and dirtier. So that's not great for us. Let's back this up into here. I'm surprised at how quickly that finished that field. I mean, well, it's a huge piece of equipment. And actually, direct seeding, this is why we're not looking for a cultivator anymore. We've got a few seeders or a few planters that should do the job. So I say direct seeding, and what I mean is direct planting, I suppose. And yeah, trying to pick one that has just a rear toe hitch instead of a rear 3-point. I can put a 3-point on this, but I'm kind of trying to avoid it. So yeah, and then there's our biggest cost at the moment, which every month we're paying for this. But we are going to use that more. We're going to use this for grass work as well, because, yeah, why not? Right, let's get our equipment or our attachments onto these. So we want on the back this nice big weight. And then on the front, we want our manure fork that we can pick up our bales and, yeah, load up and get the cows fed. We are not doing the full mixed ration mix at the moment. Ideally, I'd like to get some pellets as well, and that would be the time when the straw comes in. But at the moment, we'll stick with what we've got, which is a half mix of hay and a half mix of silage. Still quite a bit of debate about whether I should get GPS on this tractor. I do think it would be useful on here. It would be 15,000. We'd have to put the GPS and the Isaria equipment on here, so the it's come straighter at that, and the crop sensors. Oh man, I think I'm at too much of an angle. Hang on, let's disconnect. You need to come straight on this, or oh, you can't get it out of the shed, apparently. It is quite a dinky shed, and I think I put it in the wrong end of it. There we go. Right, let's see if we can pull that out straight enough. Yeah, there we are. Yeah, so, yeah, whether I put GPS on this and the Isaria crop detection, crop state on it, I think it's probably a wise way to go. It would be, I think it would be a mistake not to do it. The only reason I wouldn't would be if when we came to do it, there was a similar tractor available for sale with less hours on it. Then it might be worth switching to that other tractor. Okay, top bale's going in, and both bales are in, and I'm hoping that is not too much to fill that. It's got to go no more than 66%. Oh, that's not good. I think we are way over on the hay. Let's check. Let's fill it up, and then we might have to empty this out and make a mess. Is it going to be enough? Yes, we're into the green, and we're into the green. Oh, just Wow. 72 to 72.7 to 27.3. It is enough to do it. So yeah, I'm oh, that could have been worse. That could have been much worse. Turn on the mixing wagon. And which side am I emptying? I don't think I'm emptying the right side at the moment. So let's change our tip side. There we go. And empty that out. Perfect. That is sorting out our cows. And all emptied. Let's go and refill. I'm going to try doing it the other way this time. So how big? Let's go check how much. Oh no, I got a better idea. Let's go and put a single bale into here and see if we can even things out. So we've only got a small number of hay bales. So it makes sense to actually do the mix the other way around. Majority silage to a small amount of hay and mix it up that way. There we go. So we can put a single hay bale in first. 8,000 litres in one of these hay bales. And I think it's 21,000 litres in total, if I remember correctly. So that into there. That then gives us... we need to be more than 27%. We will be more than 27%. Yeah, there we go. That's a much better way to do it. So yeah, 36%. 1/3 hay, 2/3 silage, and we're all good. That will even things up nicely. And yep, look at that. Well within the tolerances for both. Absolutely perfect. We will switch the tip side again, and then we'll come around this way this time and empty it. And I think we can probably get all of these hay bales in there now. And make a good amount of straw from this. It's a good amount of feed from this, and get the cows fully fed. And empty again. Right, how has that done us on cow feed? Let's see. Okay, actually, no, this is brilliant. We'll do the remaining hay bales, get the cows fully fed. And that is going to set us in really good stead going forwards. 8,000 litre bales seem to be about the right size for us here for this. Of course, my ultimate plan is not to be using bales at all on here. I'm looking to run a hayloft instead. And we're looking to build one of those around the farm at some point. Yeah, we don't need actually to put that back in there at all, so we'll just stop that there. And yeah, we go fill this up with the silage, and we'll be in a pretty good place, as I said, with our cows. That is going to keep them going for the next couple of months. We're looking at being 115,000 now, so we're looking at being about 136,000 litres of food, which is perfect. They don't have any straw in there. I'm not sure if we do actually have anywhere where manure would spawn, to be honest. I don't know if it spawns inside. Sometimes you do get that, where you have places where it spawns inside. I don't know if that's the case with this one. I can't see anywhere else where they get manure. But yeah, at the moment, we're looking pretty good, I think. And not needing to worry about the straw too much. And that is all of the feed done. Let's see, 137,511 litres. Absolutely perfect. We have 36 cows as it stands at the moment. I think in March, when we get in the money from the cotton, if we have any leftover cash, we might increase the number of cows we've got. Simply because we will then double the amount of milk we output, which can only be a good thing. I'll also double the amount of slurry we create, which is also a good thing. because we will end up making a really, well, it'll reduce our fertilizer costs by quite a way. Like that into there, into this end one. That way we can pull the feeding wagon out nice and straight next time and not have the problems we had this time. All in all, though, I think that is a pretty good place for us to be today. We will have a look around. I think what we'll do is we'll see if we can divide the fields. So we'll get our tractors back, and then we'll get on a little bit of work with our landscaping. So we have 9,500 to play with. We want to divide field 8 into 3 separate fields. No, 4 separate fields. We're going to plant a big grass field up in this top L section here. Then where this field comes in here, we're going to go straight across there and put one there. And then about halfway down the remaining section. So I need to try and work out exactly where that is. We are, I think it's about here-ish. We're then going to go right across there and divide these 2 bits, hopefully, into equal fields. Now, the space between that I want to create, we are going to do it with, not with forest ground, grass. I don't want solid grass. I want, yeah, I think forest ground is a good choice, but let's just have a look at that. Yeah, that might work. I think forest ground might work quite well. So I want it to be about half the width of this roadway. So about that. In fact, we'll go down one. We'll go that size there. And just going to put a couple of patches out versus the grass, which looks like, okay, we'll go with the grass. I have messed up a little bit and created a tiny notch in. And then I want to try and get myself right on here as I can. Hold down and then go across, and it actually doesn't cost anything to then do this. Oh, but you need to go straight. So I have got a little bit of a notch here. So I'm going to do that. Like that there. And then we've got a notch here. So, trying to keep, yeah. So it's not perfect, but it's not far off. I'm happy with that. A couple of little mistakes here and there is, well, mistakes happen. So then what we can do is we can come up here and we're going to do the same again here. So bring it in slightly so not to create that notch. And then I want to position myself so that I'm in the middle as much as possible. And then just come, yeah, straight across. And you see it reduces the price nicely. Then I'm going to just enlarge it by a single square. And enlarge it the other way by a single square. That way we end up with a nice straight line on this one. There we go. Now we'll put in some grass. We'll plant some grass stuff in there later. But at the moment, I want to leave that as is. So we've got this L-shaped area up here around our cow pasture. This will be a grass field, perfect for us to create hay from. Then we've got an arable field here. And then we've got a, well, we've got a very large arable field here. So we want to come in. And we're going to go and have a look down at the side of this field here. And see if we can't work out where the center point of it is. Now, the easiest way to do this is actually using the compass. So we are going to position ourselves on this corner here. And the number that's going up is the second number you can see. So we are currently at 725. we are going to run all the way along to the bottom corner. And when we get to the bottom here, hopefully this is going to be a nice, easy round number. So hit the bottom. We'll call it 1075. So 725 minus 1075 is 350. So half of 350 is 175. So we want to go back to 900, I think. And 900 should be roughly the middle of this field here. And yeah, that means we should be able to break this into 2 from that. Which would be really good. I mean, to be really precise, this precise is fantastic. So 900 is by this bush. Just to the left of this bush, in fact. So, in fact, it's in line with these bushes here. So how many trees are we in? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 trees, I think. And, yeah, opposite this bush. In fact, I've got an even better way to mark this. We will set ourselves at 900 at the edge of the field. It'll make it difficult to actually do it immediately. There we go. So step back from there. And now, if I go like this, I'm marking where I need to be, which is exactly here. So then what we can do is paint grass. And we want to take the size of it up a couple of notches. And we will go there. Like so. There we go. So now we know exactly where halfway between these 2 fields is. And we can just do this all the way across. Hopefully making as few mistakes as possible until we go like that. And now, because we've done this before, we've come in and got these fields scanned. We should be in a position where, looking at this, when we scan these fields, it should work out great. And look at that, in fact. So, yeah, go straight across there, go straight across there. These are 2 pretty much spot on separate fields. And you can see why I've done this now. Field 6 is this sort of size and is manageable. The 2 lower fields on field 5 are a similar sort of size and will be very manageable for our equipment. Fields, let's turn these off actually. And then we've got a nice little field there, which is much smaller than field, or isn't much bigger than field 7. And then we've got field 8. So we've got a good mix of fields that we can play around with. And that can do that we can farm with, which is brilliant. That has worked out really, really well. So what's left to do today? The answer is actually not very much. I am very tempted. In fact, do we have my favorite pressure washer at the moment? So tools. Yes, we do. So this is only 1,500. So we can put a pressure washer in. It's a case of where do I put it? I don't want to put it right next to there, although over here, no, overlaps with an object. I think we might go and put it in this corner over here. So just round like that, and that will fit very neatly there. Yeah. And we can just now bring our stuff over. We might as well wash our equipment, make sure all of our equipment and everything is ready for going into the year. We're going to have to go and buy some DEF at some point. And I'm thinking putting in a little DEF tank, actually. That might be a good shout. We don't need a very big tank, but just a little one would do us grand. So we'll give all of this a wash down. Helps to keep the maintenance cost of our equipment down as well. Stuff tends to wear out less quickly if you wash it. So yeah, it's good to give your stuff a good wash every so often. I need to work out what I'm going to do with that fuel tank trailer, or that fuel tank frame. We kind of do need one for when we're working away or when we're doing a contract away and things like that. So it might be worth keeping it around. I don't think I really want to keep it there. As I said, I want to put in I think a DEF tank for our tools to easily fill that up. The little cans and tins that we normally get for that are, well, they don't work all that well, and you have to use up the whole thing, otherwise sometimes you get an issue. We're going to need to lease a cotton harvester, and I think we're probably going to need to get a cotton trailer as well, just to make things a little easier. We can put them onto the flatbed, but the thing wasn't overly happy about it, the front loader. So yeah, I think a cotton trailer is probably the right way to go, and that way we can more easily load things up and unload them as well. Very tempted to get a dolly and go with a larger trailer based on the amount of cotton we're probably going to be handling. Still don't have a mower. That's the thing. I'm gonna have to buy a mower when we come to later, or when we come to do all this later. So yeah, we're gonna have quite a big monthly cost with our lease to buy stuff on here, but I can't really see a way around it that's cost effective. We're gonna make a decent amount of money every year, so I'm not too concerned about it. We just need to make sure that we've always got plenty of money in the bank, that we're not worrying about it, which is why I'm not leasing the planter yet. We may yet have to lime these fields. So, yeah, that is something that's sort of hanging over our heads at the moment. Look at this. So mucky. But this will help. This, of course, we got so much leased at the moment. This is the other reason why I want to get more cows going. Because the cows are going to be what we need to offset the cost of all of our leasing. We've got no loan on here, but we are leasing a lot of equipment. And so we have a large monthly outgoing for that. And I want to try and make sure that we have as little issue with that as possible. And yeah, we'll see how we go. And I think unless we've got a really lucrative contract next month, we'll probably skip forward. Or, as I said, the other thing, if the cotton price looks like it's going to hit its high next month, then we will probably be selling that off as well. Here, though, we are pretty well done for the day, I think. It's getting to 3:30 in the afternoon. All of our equipment is nice and clean. Yeah, so that is... that's unused. That's unused. We never used either of those on Stone Valley. We did use this. This is going to be for seeding our grass as well as rolling our grass. So, yeah, that's going to find some use in the next couple of months. And that has already been used. The only other thing we haven't washed today is our fairly dirty-looking Red Rock trailer. But I'm pleased with where we are. The cows are looking healthier. They have plenty of water and TMR. They are fully productive. Yeah, we've got over 2,000 litres of milk. So in the near future, we should have some more milk to sell. Today, we are going to have to sell off some of our silage. And this is because we have a couple of things we need to buy. We're not quite ready to sell the cotton yet. We've got quite a lot of the cotton to sell. But yeah, I'm not quite ready to sell it. If we have a look at the price we're looking for is 2,500. Current price, and it's on its way up. So we might end up selling it today. We're within a stone's throw of it. The spinnery the price is dropping a bit. Johnson's Farmers Market, though, is heading up. So we're going to keep an eye on that. But the reason why we need to sell some of our silage is, well, at the end of last time, I went to check the shop and this came up, the ELHO mower. And I thought, great, our tractor is just about powerful enough to do that. And we'll grab that. And then this morning, up comes this. This is the John Deere 2280 diesel. This is the piece of equipment that I wanted to get on here, along with a mower header for it. So we are going to go and grab this, but we do not have enough money for it at the moment. Hence, we are going to be loading up with a whole load of silage in our trailer here and taking it down to get it sold. And with any luck, we will get a good amount of money in for that. We might even get enough money to rent a planter for the cotton, because the sowing window for the cotton is opened. So we can go and get a planter for that, which would be absolutely fantastic if we can do that as well. So yeah, let's fill this up and go and find the best price for it. We're actually at a really good place for silage at the moment to sell it as well. So what is the current price? 334, 341 at the animal dealer. So we'll tag that. We actually know where that is. That's right down the other end. So we'll head off. How does that compare to the price we can get? Actually, that is about the best price. So yeah, we want to motor down there and get this sold. This will be a really, really good price. I don't think my cables are hooked up properly. No, they are. Why is our trailer being so slow? There we go. I think that's got it. It could just be because we have a very full trailer of silage, and we can actually do with a little bit more torque from the tractor. The animal market is such a long way away from our farm. It's right down the bottom corner of the map. Where we are looking to drop this off is over here, and we have done this before, so I know this will work, which is great news. And just thinking about it, there are a couple of other big jobs we need to get done today. So we'll probably at best be seeding stuff next game day, starting to get the cotton in next game day. What we will be looking to do today is we need to get our fields scanned. So we're gonna get the agronomist in and get those scanned. The other thing we need to do then most likely is get some lime on our fields as well. So yeah, we're gonna have to get a lime spreader, I think, and probably a whole load of lime. Wow, minus 313 on our environmental score at the moment, so that takes us just below 1400. How much silage have we got left? Oh, we can't tell from here. I don't think that was a full trailer. I hope that wasn't a full trailer, because otherwise, yeah, we got a bit of a problem. We'll have to check that when we get back to the farm. All in all, though, I'm fairly happy with that. 19,596 should easily be enough to get us started today. We really need to work out how much silage we need for our cows each year, so that at this time of year we can come in and sell off all of the silage we don't need on the farm. Because, yeah, it will make us a fortune doing that. Let's pop into here. It is still available, so 8,285 for the 2280 diesel. Configuration, we can go with a front weight. I'm not going to go with the front weight at the moment. I don't think we need that. Beacon. Again, I'm not looking to go on the road other than our initial transport, so I'm not going to worry about that. Antenna I don't need. Exhaust. We've got various ones. I think we're just going to go with the original. Interior design. Now this. Oh, there. It's just on the sides. So original, color 1, color 2, color 3. I think I'm going to go color 3. I'm liking the idea of a black internal setup. Small filter on it. We'll have some mirror. No, we won't worry about the mirrors because it adds cost. Window, we will put a light tint on, I think. Yeah, it doesn't cost much to do that. Seat, I'm going with the color 3 setup on the interior, so a very black and green setup. GPS, now it doesn't seem to have it, and I don't think we really need it. Main color of green, we can do green, yellow, or black. We go yellow there. Yeah. We can go for an all green cap. Oh, I like that. Okay, there we go. And because this is not going to be going on the road much, we are not going to... No, actually, because I want to reward my patrons, we are going to put a patron number plate on here. So, yeah, let's pop across to Patreon and see which of our producers we're going to put on here. So, selecting a patron at random, Gareth, congratulations, you have got your name on the number plate. So, we're going to put it on the back only. I'm going to put it in the John Deere green. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, your name is going to be on the back of this. Let's buy that then. 8,905. Yes. Okay, perfect. And that is going to be our mower, which is brilliant. I'm very, very pleased with that. We now need to go into the mowers section and find the header for it. This is it, the John Deere twin knife. I am going to go with a yellow header, and we can either do wooden reel on here or standard. As it adds 100 to it, I'm just going to buy that straight up. Yes. Okay, perfect. So now we'll take this tractor and we'll head over. Hopefully the 7,290 we've got left should be enough to do the other stuff we need to do. But yeah, look at this. So this is our mower on the farm. I really, really like this. Start her up. Reverse it. Does have the wonderful dolly wheels that we've had so much problem with other stuff. But it seems to be working fine. Now, does it connect up here? Nope, I have to do it this way. And connect up. Oh, wow. Do I get in here? Will this... No, there we go. And no pipes to connect. So we will start it up. Yep, perfect. So, yeah, this is a fantastic piece of kit. We've got a wonderful setup with it. Yes, it is another piece of green and yellow equipment for this. I am trying to vary it, honest. But we'll get these two back in convoy. Get that to follow. Yes. And away we go. This is going to do our farm wonderfully well, and I'm really looking forward to it. So we've got it back to the farm and nice and safe and sound. I'm actually quite impressed. This has only, well, just under 6 hours on it, so it's not even that heavily used, this, which is brilliant. I'm very, very happy with that. I just want to stop that tractor and trailer there, because we might be selling off some more silage in a minute. We're going to see how much it's going to cost us to scan our farm and get all that done. But all in all, I'm really quite happy with that. That is, whoa, a great purchase for us. Header down. It's actually bigger than I thought compared to the John Deere silage harvester here. That is actually bigger than I expected. Right, what we want to do is head over here and get a check on this. We should be able to do this actually from this side here. In fact, I could have gone into the production screens and checked this, because it's all laid out for us here. So yes, we still have 99,000 litres of silage, so another full trailer of this is still going to leave us plenty to feed our cows with. So I'm going to reverse this up. It won't be too long before we want to, before we're harvesting next year's anyway. So it's plenty of time. And worst case scenario, we can always take one of our cuts of grass and put them into here for silage, which would be absolutely fine. I'd be quite happy with that too. So while that is refilling, let's head into here and go and have a look at this. Right. We want to scan to purchase the soil information for our main farm. Oh, wow. That is really expensive. 7,000, so 18,000 for us to purchase the soil samples for that. And 20, it's going to cost us nearly 40,000 to sample all these fields. That is more money than I'm willing to spend on this. What we need to do, because we're only going to get about 100,000 back. What we need to do then, I think, is go and sample them ourselves. For it to be that expensive, that is a job. Yeah, that's a job that we're going to have to do ourselves today. Which is a pity, because I would like to get the fields lined as well. But I'm not really sure that we're going to have time to do both. Just looking back on how much those costs were to get those fields scanned, it was 110 and 104 scans that wanted to do in order to scan those fields. That seems excessive. Those fields are not that big, I don't think. Well, field 5 is huge, but 104 scans seems a lot. So we are going to pick up our own scanner. We're going to go and do it ourselves, and go from there. That's oh no, we've not quite got it right. Little bit more. I walked out. Oh, I got out of the actual sell point. So yeah, this should take us back up. Yeah. So we're back up to 22,000. That is enough to scan one set of our fields. Or if we go and do it ourselves, I think it's going to cost us a lot less money. I've dropped the trailer off back at the farm, and we're back down to the shop so that we can pop in here and lease ourselves a field scanner. What I'm going to do is prioritize the fields we're going to be planting, I think, is the best way to go. That way, we will spend minimal amount of money. We can spread the cost over a longer time. So this is what we want. We want the Scout. We are not going to be keeping this long term, so we're going to lease this for 867. Yes. Okay. That should do us perfectly. So back in our tractor and over the other side of the very large area that we have on this map to do this. And to get equipment. It's really, really good, this map, for that, actually. You can buy a lot of equipment all at once and not worry about it not appearing, because there's just a huge amount of space for stuff to spawn on here. So the way I think I'm going to divide my fields this year is this field here, which I'm going to call field 5C. We're going to put cotton in that, and we're going to put cotton in 5A as well, and in 6. Because 6 was corn last year. This was all canola, so it doesn't matter which we put in here. And of course, 8 was cotton last year, so I want to put corn in there and corn in field 5B, which is where the main number is. We're doing a sample there. We're going to get a bit of field 1. Actually, that is that's not a huge area. Yeah, we are going to have to do these fields over time, because I don't see any other way to do this at the moment until we've got the cotton sold and therefore have more money coming in. But I'd really, really like to get the cotton started to be planted if we can. Of course, we may run out of money doing this and liming these fields before we get that chance. So, yeah, we'll have to see how we do. I'm going around the outer edges of the field first. I'm actually going to overlap quite a bit with field 5B. Still going to put the majority on this field, but it'll mean we'll spend a little bit less when we come to do 5B, which is not a bad thing. Also means that we can do some fairly big circles here, and mean we actually end up scanning less along this side of the field because of that, and should make things a little bit easier in the long run. Wow, that is a perfect hexagon that scanned there. Really interesting. Normally, you just get a nice round circle. Last sample from the outside of the field, and now we can just fill in the rest of it. So just watching where I am on the map, trying to cover as much as I can and minimize the overlap. Looks like, yeah, this should work fairly well. We should be able to get around here, get this all filled in, and be able to make a pretty swift scan. What I'm going to do is probably send off the scan for this field as soon as we've finished. I'm hoping it's not too many. Yeah, I don't think it's nowhere near the 104 that was predicted for this field. So I'm quite happy with that. We are going to spend a lot less money doing this ourselves than if we'd paid the agronomist to do it. Final sample for 5C. Let's see how much they want to do this scan. Price for this is 23 soil samples. We're looking at maybe 80 odd soil samples max for this entire field. So yeah, a lot fewer. Let's send them for analysis and see how much that cost us for 23 samples. I'm expecting 2,300 for that, which is not bad at all. Yeah, 2,300 for 23 soil samples. So even allowing for 10 soil samples, that's, well, I suppose that's 10,000, which is what they wanted to charge, which is actually a huge amount of money. Right, we got to get field 6 scanned, and we've got to get field 5A scanned, and then we can go and have a look at what kind of soils we're dealing with on our farm here. Hopefully they're going to be favorable. Trick is to try and get the circle to cover as much space as possible. I've got a little bit left on the outside. Sometimes it cuts in at about right. Yes. Oh, it's missed off the smallest bits, which is a bit unlucky, but we can still cover majority of this field. A couple of little patches doesn't matter so much as long as I got a 99% coverage on these fields. I'm pretty happy. So yeah, that is doing it fairly well for field 6. Please position our circle a little bit out, and that should sample the rest. So then we just need to move over and do 5A, and that will get us done as well. Not worrying about the grass fields at the moment. We can't plant those either. So very much right now, it's a case of trying to cover as much of the area that we are going to plant in the immediate future, so that we can maximize the amount of time the crop has to grow, and minimize the chance of us having to do all of our harvesting on a very small period of time, like we're having with Attingham at the moment. Really want to avoid that kind of issue. Was hoping to get these 2 fields done in just 25 samples, but it looks like it's going to take 26 in total. So just one more to go, and that will be all of our cotton fields sampled, which is great news. That means we're still on target. We're still doing well. And done. So let's send those off for analysis. Be another 2,600. So not bad, considering we were looking at about 40,000 to get it done ourselves. We've only spent about 5,000, or plus the hire of this, plus the hire of the sampler, which is not been much money at all. And yeah, we can now go and have a look at what soils we're dealing with. So looking at this, we have a large swath of silty clay running through. Field 6 is mostly silty clay. Field 5A also is mostly silty clay. Field 5B looks like it's going to similarly be a large silty clay field. And then, wow, there is a lot of silty clay across these. Just looking at this, if I select these areas, yeah, both of them are not great yield potential areas. So there's a little bit of loam, and I'm guessing that's field 8 for here. And yeah, there's no loam in field 2. I keep calling it field 5. It's not. It's field 2. So yeah. Oh, what are our levels like? So that's the other thing we need to check. So that's our soil. pH levels are not great. They could do with topping up, so we'll see if we can get some lime on those. Nitrogen levels, especially on field 6, is appalling. In fact, nitrogen level is 0 across most of the farm. So yeah, that's not good. And yield, yeah, the yield was pretty awful for field 6 last year. And had a couple of good bits on field 8 last year. So I'm expecting some loam there and some loam there. But yeah, we're not looking great otherwise. So let's clear the yield maps for those, because we're starting a new year. And then we've got enough time to get set up today to sort some lime out. So do we have a lime sell point anywhere on here that we can see? What have we got that drops off? So that is, no, we want a fill point. There we go. Lime station, not too far from our farm. So we can pop through there on the way back to buy some lime. And yeah, let's go and hire ourselves a lime spreader and start sorting these fields out. If I can lime one field today, then that is going to get us nicely ahead and nicely started for next time. We, of course, do need the cotton price to come up because we are short on money and we cannot sell any more silage. We do not have anything available on the sales. The Lemkin, actually, this is a rather large cultivator. We're going to go for a direct planter, so I'm not looking to get a cultivator anymore. What we do need, though, is going to be a lime spreader, so fertilizer spreaders. I think we're going to want something fairly big, unfortunately, with a full extension on it, Michelin wheels, 6-meter spreading unit, and no number plate. Okay. Lease. Okay. 4,513. 885 per day. And we're probably going to have to hold on to this thing. It is pretty huge. So we should be able to do fairly well with it. It does tell me that we should be able to lease a planter fairly easily. I'm hoping that I'm going to be able to... Well, no, I should be able to get the seeds for it because seeds are not overly expensive. What we're going to struggle with is buying enough fertilizer. But fertilizer can come after the cotton. We have a sprayer we can fertilize. Lime station over here. So let's pop the cover on our trailer. Bring it under, and yep, spend a whole load of money on lime. I don't think it'll cost too much. Fill this up. No, right. Refill. And oh, we can't climb the ladder, unfortunately. Can we? No, we can't. So yeah. So we'll watch our money go down. We'll fill this up because we are going to need to fill this up. But lime is fairly cheap, so I'm not expecting it to use all of our money up to do this. And there we go, 18,950 litres of lime for 3,410. And yeah, this tractor can pull this. That's no problem. It feels a little bit heavy on the back, but we're okay. We've got a nice big spread. And what we're going to do is come here, unfold this, hopefully detect values, and yeah, oh wow, not a massive amount that we're having to increase it by. We are a little bit out on the position of the spreading discs though, but yeah, this isn't having to be raised too much, so I'm fairly happy with that. It could have been a lot worse. Going on fairly well. It's not a massive amount we're having to spread on here. I am trying to keep things so that we don't end up with gaps. There's a couple of little bits I think I'm going to have to go back and do. But in general, it's working out fairly well. It is 6:45 in the evening, though. And can't quite see the edge of the field yet. It can't be too far away because I can see it on the map. But yeah, we've got a little way to go yet to finish this field off. We will get this done today, thankfully, and as I said, that is going to set us up very nicely going into the next game day and getting the cotton planted, hopefully before the end of February. Time is coming up to 7:30 at night, and we're just finishing up the final row. We've increased by 0.375 the pH of most of our field, so that's good. We've even given a little bit of an overlap there into field. No, this is field 5. This is what's confusing me at the moment. So I've seen a couple of questions recently about what's going on with the field numbers since the latest update. So let me explain. We've got fields 5, 6, 7, and 8 here. But what happened in the last update is the lands got numbers and started getting displayed. So we now have land area 1, land area 2, land area 3. So this here is not field 2, as I corrected myself earlier. This is field 5, and it's field 5A, B, and C. So yeah, so this is field 5. This is field 5A, B, and C, and we've got 6, 7, and 8 there as well. This is the land. This is the land area, the purchase area that these numbers are. I know it's been confusing a few people, yeah, it confused me a little bit at first. But that is what that is. So this is field 5 we're working at the moment. Get the correction I made earlier. And we have managed to lime field 5C. We got a lime field 5A and field 6 next time. And hopefully we've still got enough money left over. Although I doubt it by the time all our leasing and stuff has been paid. To get the cotton planter. If not, we're going to have to wait until we sell the cotton. We are going to be starting off back on here today with finishing off what we were doing last time, which is liming our fields. So we've got field 6 left to do, and we've got the top bit of field 5. You can see where we limed last time in 5C. 5A needs doing and 6 needs doing, so we're going to be finishing off liming here. Then we need to have a look at how much the cotton is going for. So cotton prices has been slowly rising, and we've been doing fairly well with those. But I need to know if it's time to sell. So let's just pop into here and have a quick look at the prices. So the price for cotton at the moment, we're looking at 2499, 2468, and 2488. Best price is expected to hit next month. at 2,500. So we are really, really close. As soon as that goes over, I think we can look at that. So, yeah, very much expecting that. Let's activate. Oh, no, we have not got GPS on this. So, yeah, can't activate the GPS. We're just going to have to eyeball it as best we can at 180 degrees and hope that we're getting a good coverage. Thankfully, I think we shouldn't be too bad, although we are probably going to have to refill this a few times in order to actually get both of these fields done. Now, we've been concentrating on these fields, or these 3 fields, because these are the 3 fields that we're looking to get the cotton planted in. We are in the window for planting cotton, so getting it in now, or getting it in sooner rather than later will be perfect. At this point, I'm thinking it's going to be March when we plant it, because we have, well, we haven't sold our cotton off yet. So we haven't been able to buy a planter, and as a result, we don't really have enough time to plant it and to get it so that it's rolled afterwards as well to maximize our yield. So that is why we're going to be looking at that. On top of that, it's beginning to snow. It's still quite cold at the moment, and while the cotton can go in fairly okay in this kind of weather, it isn't great to be actually working the land. We should be all right getting the lime on. I mean, it's not frozen, but you can see the weather is fairly cold, so I don't want to be too bad with it. We have run out of lime for the first time, so let's go refill this. We've got enough money to do that at least, but we should be able to knock these 2 fields out fairly quickly with a second load. They're not requiring a huge amount, which is good because I don't have a huge amount of money to spend on this at the moment. The lime point is over here, just by field 27. Let's open this up, and then we can refill. I'm hoping that one more full trailer of this should do it. Lime is not expensive, thankfully. It'll probably cost us a couple of thousand to fill this, which should go the rest of the way. As I was saying, we have a decent, yeah, you can see how far we got on just that very little bit we had a moment ago. So this should clear this up. We still have field 5B, field 8, and field 7 to scan, of course. 7 is already planted with some wheat, so that will come out this year. 8 and 5, we are going to be putting the corn, the maize into. So that should go very well. There is one thing I should point out. In the shop at the moment is this. I would love to buy this 8RX. This would be perfect for the farm. But I don't think, even if we sell all our cotton, 167,000 is going to be something we can afford. So I'm a little bit bummed by that. That would be a perfect tractor for the farm. But I think it would take selling all of our cotton and not buying anything else, which, yeah, is a problem because we do need to get a seeder, and the seeder is more important. We have a tractor that can do everything that 8RX would do, and unfortunately that makes it a little bit of a vanity purchase to go and buy it. I'd forgotten how unhappy this John Deere gets with this very full lime spreading trailer on the back. It is, yeah, it is a little bit back heavy. It's a little bit squirrely at the front. As we unload the lime, it should be fine. But yeah, it's not massively happy. I'm expecting that we're going to have a similar sort of amount of lime to put on our remaining fields when we come to it. So we're going to be holding on to this until after we've sold the cotton. We might even load the cotton up today if we can. Oh, no. Unfold. There we go. And away we go. Yeah, that is not a perfect spread, but it is enough to cover the field, so we're good. And yeah, back at it, and we'll get this done. Quite nice to be back on the farm after having spent a few weeks doing forestry on Silver Run Forest. We are back into it. I'm really excited about this map because we are doing just the silage and the cotton setup on here. And as a result, we're not expecting to have a combine harvester, except for that brief period where we're harvesting field 7, where we'll just grab that and we'll use that corn for, oh sorry, the wheat for something. We might even just grab some straw from it to give to our cows, maybe get some solid fertilizer from manure. But to be honest, I think we're going to be okay. I think using slurry on these fields is going to be a good enough fertilizer, and will help reduce our costs a little bit. We've got 60,000 litres of slurry at the moment that we're going to be able to use. So it's quite a nice, useful amount that we have here. Whether that will be a good base for all of our fields, we'll see. We are going to use a single application rate and go from there. And I'm not looking to do any solid fertilizer with our planter. The planters do come with them, but we're not going to bother with any solid fertilizer, just to try and keep that cost down, with the fact that we are probably going to be doing the slurry after we've seeded. I don't know. We'll see where we are with the money and the cotton and everything. We could get a slurry spreader and use that before we seed. Let me know in the comments, what do you think? Do you think we should be using the slurry before we seed or after we seed? I am very intrigued by that. We have just 37% left in this lime spreader for this next field. So I think we're probably going to have to refill. As I said, I'm not too worried about that, simply because we are going to be in a position where we have where we're going to be using more lime anyway, especially when we get the grass planting in this top field here to our right, because that's going to be our grass field along with field 7 ultimately, I think, and we're going to go from there with those. But yeah, I'm intrigued. Do you think we should wait and do the slurry until after we've planted, or should we go and do it before? I'm pleasantly surprised with how far this lime is going. We've got a little bit of a strip there, but looking on our map, we are still okay. We're doing all right, so I'm not too worried. And yeah, this is going a lot further than I expected. We're down to 14%, which is not bad considering we started this field with 37%, maybe 30, yeah, about 37%, I think. So we might run out at the very, very end. I think we've got like 3 rows to go maximum. So yeah, and you can see we're already down to 10%. So I think we're going to need to refill a little bit to make it to the end of this field, judging by this. But it's not going to be much. I think we may need maybe another couple maybe a couple of thousand litres in order to complete this field. And yeah, because this is not a very wide set. We used about half of what we had left on that row, and oh, actually, you know what? I think this is gonna pretty much cover this whole row if I get far enough over. No, not quite. That's annoying. So yeah, we need very, very little to finish this field off. It's a tiny strip down at the left-hand side, and if we overlap enough, it might do it. But even so, no, we are down to 3%. There is not enough to complete this field. Yeah, look at this. We are this far short. That is very, very annoying. Right, I'm going to go and get the last little bit of lime I need to finish this field off.
maybe 1,000 litres at most. We'll get up here and we'll get it complete. I've picked up 1,000 litres more lime and we are back up at the field. Let's get the back out of this and... Oh, no. Start it up. Press the wrong button. Right, there we go. Start it up and away we go. How far will this 1,000 litres go? Hopefully far enough to get this field finished. There's a couple of little patches back there. As long as we can get this strip here done, we should be able to get those little patches as well. And there. Right, we've got 1% left. That gives me enough to get these patches up here where I was trying to be careful, or be smart, I should say, actually. Yeah, we have got it on. There we are. And last little bit. Nope, that's off. That has got that. And then there's just a little area down the bottom corner to get done as well. So we'll get this covered too. Turn it on. And we are done. Right, fold this up. We are, as I said, we're going to hold on to this lime spreader. And we've got still several more fields to do. For now, though, what I need to do is go and check out what our cotton is worth. We'll wash this down. Yes, we're in the snow, but it's still worth washing down because we're full of lime on it. In the meantime, what is the price of the cotton? Central Exports is holding steady at 2,510. That is above our sell price. So we will tag this. And yeah, that is going to be our amount for this afternoon that we're going to sell that cotton at. We've still got others going up, and it's possible the cotton price could go higher, but I don't think it'll be by much. And I think what'll happen is we're more likely to miss the best price like that than we are to actually get an even better price. We will keep checking it, so we'll load everything up and then we'll check it again and see if it's any better. But certainly for now, I think that is pretty much where we want to be. So I'm going to drop this off. We'll get the flatbed on and then we'll try and get these cotton bales loaded up. I think we'll probably do that in the shed. So need to get that all set up and we can go from there. So to load this cotton up, we are going to use this tractor with the manure spike on it. Manure spike works fairly well because it's got lots of prongs on it, and so hopefully should be a little bit more stable. It's got a lot of weight on the back of the tractor. We've got a fairly sturdy big weight. That is, yeah, the B2500. So that's 2.5 kilograms. Which, of course, is nothing compared to those bales. Do we have some weights on, some wheel weights on that tractor as well? Yeah, we have wheel weights on the back wheels as well. To hopefully help with that too. Back this up a little bit. We'll put one on there and then one on the back to go and sell those. So, in and up. And yeah, the tractor does not like this. We know that the tractor does not like this. Is the other weight I've got outside, because that is lifting that way off the ground. How heavy is this? No, that's actually a less of a weight. So yeah, this is not the easiest thing for this tractor to do. We have to get it right back in order to do it. So let's center the weight properly, so get this nice and low, lift it up ever so slightly, just enough, yeah, and yeah, you can see this is not really what we want to be doing going forward. If I can, what I'd like to do is get a wheel loader on here and try and do it that way, forwards and onto the trailer. Because yeah, this is very much the janky I don't have enough money to do this. We've got, ooh, yeah, see, that is a lot of weight on the front of this tractor. Oh, now I'm holding it too high. So this is the difference between getting really low into this bale and getting really high. It completely changes the center of mass. You see, that picks that up much better, like that. But also, not being in the center of the bale anymore is causing me problems. Into here. What we'll probably get is a dedicated cotton trailer for the second year. Slowly lift it. Put it over the lip of the trailer and onto the trailer like that. There we go. So that's how we load it on there. I don't think they strap down properly, but that will get that sorted, and then pull this forwards and make it easier to get the second on. The last bale, it weighs half as much. There's only 10,000 litres on the last one. These first two, these each have 20,000 litres on them. So they are, actually, it should tell me, how much do these weigh? 4 tons. So each of these weighs 4 tons and is way more than any of the equipment we're using here should be lifting. You can see how little contact those back wheels have with the floor while doing this. All that weight on the front is quite frankly ridiculous and probably not overly realistic. I would be intrigued as to whether anybody loads cotton bales like this in real life, even with a bigger tractor than this with a bit more weight on it. It would interest me greatly. But they are on there. Look at that. That's nice, neat bale stacking, if I do say so myself. And we'll check the price again before we head out. So that is in here. It's gone up by another £1. So tag Central Exports, which we already have. Where are you? I see the great green pillar of light shining down the bottom of the map there. So off we go, and let's get some money into the farm finally. I've been caught out so many times by the best price for a product hitting the month before and then immediately dropping in the month that I'm expecting to get the best amount for it. That yeah, I'm keep my eye on it like a hawk as it's approaching. I think it's going to be this outer one here we're selling to for this. Is it? No, maybe it is actually over the grate. I thought it was going to be... Oh, wow. We're going to have to twist around because this dolly trailer isn't going to work. Yeah, I think that we are going to have to keep a close eye on things going forwards. Neither of those work. I know exactly what I need. That is to go and get my tractor, and we're going to have to manually unload them here because I bet it's not high enough. Oh, actually, there is one other thing to do. Things sometimes don't sell if they're strapped down like this. So that is not selling there. Let's see if it'll sell here now that these aren't strapped down. That might make all the difference. Otherwise, I think I'm going to need to go and get my tractor. Got any money coming in? Nope. Right. We need to go and get the tractor then. Because this is not going to sell without actually unloading it. That's another reason that we need to get a proper cotton trailer going into the next year in order to even properly sell our cotton bales. So I'm expecting these first 2 bales to make about 100,000. That's basically what we're aiming for from these. So onto here, lift, slowly reverse, drop it down to Sort our center of gravity out. And is that going to sell? Yes, there we go. 50,510. But because our environment score is still so bad, we lost 559. So just under 50,000 is what we're getting for these. The second one, again, oh, wow. No. Down, down, down. Bring it back. There we go. And then get this over to the sell point as well. Yeah, definitely second year or first full harvest of ours. We'll be doing this differently. And there we go. Another 50,000 with a minus 556. It's gone up slightly, actually, that second bale. So it looks the price is still going up, maybe? Let's have a look. Yeah, it is. It's creeping up. It looks like the next day might still have a better best price. But, as I said, I have been caught out by that before. And I call that, and that tends to be me getting greedy when that happens. You going to follow? Yes, good. Yeah, I see that as getting greedy. It's normally a few pound extra that you'll get, and it's not really anything to worry too much about compared to the sudden drops you sometimes get in the price. With this second bale, we're going to do away with the John Deere. So let's pull this into this shed here and over to here. Like so. Where's my... Yeah. So we'll take the hired worker off this. Pull this trailer into here about halfway. So that it's... we should be able to get a nice even setup. And then we're just going to disconnect this and go put this tractor away. Because the second one is lighter. And also we know that we're going to have to unload it for our end. So we might as well just use one tractor and unload down there. Door, I haven't really opened up this door much because I tend to park my tractors here in front of it, but it's quite useful if I'm coming around from there. There we go. Close that then, and we'll go load up this last bale. See, this much more easily handles this. It's still rocking and still not happy, and it's still a 2-ton bale. But I'm not having quite the issue I had before. Put this in the middle of the trailer, like that. Right, there we go. And then we can strap it down and hook this trailer up. We'll lower the weight down so that it's easier to actually hook it up. Like that. Right there and there. Lift the rear weight up. Fine. Yep. And away we go. Let's go get this sold. Both cotton and silage have been very lucrative for us on here so far. We've been selling silage on a semi-regular basis to get us extra money in for the farm. And we've been selling cotton. We've been selling the cotton today, and you can see the value that that's giving us. 125,000 is a great place for us to be. We'd actually... Whoa, that's still attached to that trailer. Let's do that and that. Incredibly well-paying. I do wonder if I could sell a little bit of silage and get that 9RX or 8RX if it's still there. It is still there. We are 43,000 shy. Our large tractor. Oh, we could very much replace the Steiger with it. I want to see in my productions how much silage do I have left. if I went and did this, would I have enough silage to... Yeah, we've got 54,000 litres of silage. We could do this. We could very easily do this. Because silage is worth... let's have a look here. Yeah, we'd end up renting the cedar, which is a tough one. I haven't had my Steiger very long either. That's the other thing. It goes from, do we keep the financial security, or do we go and switch over to that 8RX? You know what? I'm going to speak to the shop. I'm going to see if we can, how much longer they've got. Maybe they can hold that for another day. And you guys let me know in the comments down below. Should we switch the Steiger for the 8RX? Or should we stick with some financial stability here and hold on for... well, and just get ourselves a cedar, a planter, straight out. Yeah, let me know down below. The snow does seem to be letting up at this point, but with the ground still frozen for the most part, I don't think there's anything more we can do today. We are going to... The other thing we are going to have to do is scan the rest of the land. So yeah, it's going to be quite a tough one going forwards. We might also do some slurry spreading. It's going to put us in a very difficult place if we have to if we get that 8RX and have to do the land, you know, spread some slurry and stuff as well. We're going to be a little bit pressed for money there. Might be a requirement to then go and do a contract or two to supplement the money a little bit. But we've got this trailer backed into here. No, I want to disconnect you. This sometimes is an issue. Disconnect. No, that's disconnected rather nicely. Right. And we can go and park this up. In fact, yeah, the sun is out and things are beginning to look up a little bit. We are heading into March, though, next time. And yes, I want to know, should we hold on to the Steiger or should we get that 8RX? I asked you guys whether we should keep the Steiger and buy ourselves a slurry spreader and a planter, or whether we should sell the Steiger, buy the 8RX that is currently available for sale in the shop, and then rent the slurry spreader and the planter, and you guys buy a 70% margin. Turned around and said, keep the Steiger, don't get the 8RX, and then you will be in a good position to go forward with the farm. And actually, at the end of the day, I agree. So, yeah, we're going to say goodbye to this 8RX that's sitting here. That will run out later today, I believe. There is a nice Vulture and a Stone Picker in here, actually, at the moment. But neither of those we are after. What we want is to pop in here, and I've downloaded a brilliant little slurry spreader that should do our field sizes, but at the same time won't cost us a fortune. And this is the Joskin Modulo 16,000 basic. It's 50,500. If we put some Michelin tires on it, as I like to do. The wide tires, yeah, we'll go with the wide tires without fenders or with fenders. I am going to go without the fenders. Chassis color, we have the Joskin green. Design color, we can go, oh, wow, we can go various colors of silver, or we can go the yellow or the green. I think we'll go with the green, and I'm then going to switch the chassis color over to the yellow. Perfect. And then I just need to set the number plate, which, as it's going to be on the John Deere tractor that we've got, is going to be max fur. To match that, we will set it to the black. And okay. Oh, and we need to actually turn it on, back on. Only, yeah, there we go. And yeah, let's grab this. So we're going to buy this for 50,500. Yes, perfect. And that should leave us with 70,000, which is what we're going to be spending our money for the planter. So the planter I'm going to go for is this one at 68,000. It is a John Deere planter. It's 7.5 meters. That should do a good width for us. And yeah, we've not got any extensions or anything on it, and we're not looking to add a solid fertilizer tank. I'm just going to leave that as standard. So we're going to buy that as well. And our tractor is going to be massively overpowered for that. But should work fairly well for us. When we come back down here in a bit, we'll buy some seeds to go in this as well. And yeah, this is why I want to get the some slurry spread on the fields, because that will save us money overall. So will that connect up? No, let's back it up a little bit further. There we go. Connect everything up. Right, and then we'll come back down here for our seeder in a little bit. We do only have 2,905 pound left. That should be enough to get the cotton seed, I'm hoping. But we'll see how we go. Our lack of cash on the farm doesn't worry me too much at the moment. We still have quite a few things we can sell. For example, we've got over 6,000 litres of milk that we can currently sell. We also have quite a bit of silage left, yeah, quite a bit of silage left that we can sell as well, which will go quite well for us. And yeah, so there's a few bits that we have that we can sell and that will be fine. So yeah, lack of money is not a huge issue. Let's refill this. I have no idea exactly how much slurry we have. Oh, actually, yes, I do. About 60,000 litres by the looks of it, down to 48 now. Yeah, over 60,000 litres. Looked like we had about 63,000 in total. And we want to go and spread this on any of our fields that are that currently have the lime on them, because those are the ones that we're going to be planting first with our cotton. So that will be 5A, 5C, and 6 that we're looking to do. So on and away we go. It's a little bit wider than that, so that's good. And this will just bring up the level of nitrogen a little bit higher, which is great. It'll end up saving us some money on fertilizer later on. I did have a comment on a recent video that basically said that they didn't think slurry was really worth doing, that it didn't really add much, and I'm actually the opposite opinion. I find slurry really useful. On all of my series where I've done slurry spreading and upped the nitrogen levels in the soil, it has saved me a heap of money in fertilizer. It really has. And so yeah, I'm all for slurry spreading in Farm Sim. I think it's a really useful addition, especially with the addition of the pump and hoses pack. That to me has worked really well. We've been using that in the multiplayer on Saturday evenings, the multiplayer stream, and it's just worked absolutely brilliantly for me. It has cost quite a bit to set up, and working out the modular setup of everything has been very interesting. But overall, I think it's been really great to use on there, and I've been really happy with it. On here, it is going to save us a huge amount of money. It is going to increase the nitrogen, and it is increasing the nitrogen levels on this field. The thing I'm finding really interesting though with this is that it's doing it in some interesting strips. They don't seem to quite it seems to be applying a different amount depending on whether I'm heading east or whether I'm heading west across the field here. And I think this will even out overall over time, but at the moment it's not. And in fact, we have just run out of the slurry, so I need to go and refill this. But yeah, that's a very interesting way that it's currently applying the slurry on this field. Now, I could do a double application rate on this field and basically get this up to where I want it to be. I've found, or you know, a full application of the slurry on here, but I have found in the past that doesn't always work to your advantage. Some crops, especially with, well, completely with precision farming, do not need a full level of nitrogen application. So what you end up with is an over application of nitrogen, and therefore a wasted level of slurry on the field. So what you actually want to do is you want to use the slurry to roughly bring up the nitrogen levels. Get them so that you're reducing your reliance on the solid fertilizer or the liquid fertilizer, the artificial stuff later on, and reduce the cost that has to you, but at the same time not ending up overusing the amount you've got. And we have got a sprayer on the farm, so we will be applying some liquid fertilizer later on, along with the along with doing some targeted spot spraying for the weeds as well. We finished off this field though, so 5A is done. We're just going to refill this, and I'm going to head down and get started on 5C. Before we get started on the second field though, we need to pop down here and grab the seeder. That way we can get this started back up on the field we've already done and get some cotton in there. It's important that we get all of this started today, because if we don't, we're not going to be able to get it rolled in time. And we're almost halfway through the day already. So let's grab ourselves a big bag of seeds. Yeah, we only have the standard seeds on here. So I'm actually going to grab myself 4 of these. We'll come pick up the rest later. Actually, we'll grab 5. We'll pick up the rest later. Okay. We have lots of fields to do, so I'm not too worried about that. And in fact, I didn't purchase because we didn't have enough money. Let's have a look. Yeah, 5 would make this 4,000. So we'll buy as many as we can, which is just going to be 3. So buy that. Leaves us with just £500. May not be enough money for us to get a seeder going on this, but we'll see how we go. So let's take this out over here, and I think this has placed these to the far side of the seeder. Yes, it has. Now this seeder as well will take solid fertilizer. I'm not looking to put solid fertilizer in it, so I'm slightly worried that what will happen with that as a result is that it's not going to seed. We do have a, oh no, in fact I think we have the mod in that we can turn the seed or the fertilizer off, so we should be okay. Let's lift that up into the back. Come on, round you go. Oh, it slid down. Yeah, this is not the easiest way to do this. We can get a front loader tool for this, and we can have it owned by the shop. What I'm gonna do though is come here and drop my seeder down, my planter down, I should say, because this is the thing. This is a planter, not a seeder. And there is a difference. And in fact, yeah, I think this has put a load of seed in here already. So that's fine. We'll then load this up onto a... oh, wow. Did it already load a load of further seed into it? That's really interesting, because I thought I bought 3 bags. Anyway, close that up. Raise it, and we'll get this back up to our farm. Yep. And why did that open? Oh, I know why that opened, because I'd pressed that. We're all good. Let's get this back up to the farm. So we'll get this back up to field 5A, and I think our leader should be all right handling this field, or the tractor should be all right handling this field on its own. Obviously, it's not going to be this tractor, although I have set the seeder to cotton already. No variable seed rate for cotton, interestingly. I thought variable seed rate was with everything in precision farming, but apparently not with the cotton. This tractor does not have the horsepower to pull this at all. So we're going to disconnect this. Now, what we can do with this is there's an add-on for this planter that allows you to do 2 of them at once. And I think ultimately that is what we'll probably do after this first year, is we will go and get that add-on. We'll then run 2 of these on the back of this Steiger, because it should be more than capable of doing that. For this year, though, it'll run fairly well with just this John Deere planter, I think. Right, and oh wow, trying to get this on here straight can be a little bit of a challenge sometimes, especially coming from this angle. There we go. Wiggle its back into position, and we'll just connect it up. We have no 3-point hitch on the back of this. We can configure it for one, but it's not doesn't come set up as that as default. And you can see now that we do have some seeds, or sorry, some fertilizer possibility with this. We do not need it though. And hopefully this is just going to go through here and plant cotton for us now. Yep. Straight across the field, and away it goes. So now we can switch back to this, and we can go and do field 5C. And because that planter is so much thinner than this tractor, or than this does, when it finishes 5A, we can immediately take it down to 5C and follow where this has been spreading. I think we're going to get quite a way today with these fields. Hopefully get everything planted. I do need to watch it, because I need to make sure it turns the right direction. Yeah, that's fine. That's turned the correct way and is staying on the field. Sometimes with these bits where you've not got a huge amount of space between the fields, you can end up with a problem. And so we're going to keep a close eye on it. We're going to make sure it doesn't start doing the next field along, because we don't want it doing that either. And meanwhile, we are going to be getting this done with a good spread of extra nitrogen. Each row here is using roughly a third of our tank. So we're going to have to go and refill after the next row. And yeah, look, we are down to exactly 33%. So into the next row, line ourselves up, turn it on, and away we go. Wow, we are massively far over. Thought I'd judged that right. No, we're good. There we go. A small mistake like that isn't a huge problem. At the end of the day, we will end up correcting that when we spread the fertilizer. It means that little patch, or spray the fertilizer. When that little patch gets sprayed, it will end up spraying a using a little bit more fertilizer, but it's not a massive patch, so it should be negligible overall. At the end of this row, though, we are going to run out of slurry, so we're going to need to go up to the farm and get a refill. I have two concerns right now. The first is how much slurry we have left. We're getting through it fairly quickly. I think we're going to need at least 3 more loads of it in order to get this field done. How much do we have? We take 15,000 to go. We got 21,000. We do not have enough slurry. So we'll get as much on the fields as we can. The other is that we're down to 350 pounds. Yeah, let's just have a look at this slurry. We are at, 6,000 litres. So we've got enough for probably 4 more strips on this field. So, yeah, that's as much slurry as we're going to be able to get on to our fields today. Which is a pity, but not totally unexpected. Slurry doesn't always go as far as you'd hope. And then, we only have, 330 pound left. And we should get that field planted with a hired worker. But I don't think we're going to get much further than that. Yeah, in the overall scale of things, I think we're going to have enough slurry to do half this field. So that is as much as it's going to get. I wonder, is there anywhere I can buy slurry? Let's just have a look in here quickly. See if there is. No. So we can sell it. We can't buy it, unfortunately. So it is literally going to be, if we want more slurry, we're going to have to get more cows. Or get some pigs, of course. So the last of the slurry is coming out now. And there we go. We've got 2% left. So I might as well use it. We might as well put it on the field. Yeah, we've got about half the field done. So not too bad, but I kind of wish it had gone a little bit further. Actually, this last 2% has gone a little bit further than I expected it to. Yeah, that's a nice little strip there that's got. So there we go. That is completely out of slurry now. We need to go and check on our cotton planter and see where we are. But yeah, that is going to be, well, if we can, we'll go and see if we can raise some money today. Probably still be sitting around in this tractor doing that. First, I want to make sure that the cotton planter doesn't go over the edge of the field and start planting 5B, because that field is nowhere near ready to be planted yet. It hasn't even been scanned yet, which is the other thing we need to do. We do need to get something to scan those fields, and yeah, that's why we need a little bit more money in. So I'm going to park this slurry tank over here next to the sprayer. We'll get that tucked in nicely. What I then want to do is see where we can raise a bit of cash. We do have the ability to go and sell some milk, so we'll probably do that and get some cash in that way. Oh, out we jump. And disconnect that, and that. And we also have the ability to sell some of the silage as well, I think. We'll back this up. This trailer gets a lot of use throughout the year, because we do use it to sell silage on a regular basis as well from our fermenter here. There we go. How much we got in here? Let's have a look. We have 54,000 litres, and our cows have plenty of feed. So let's refill that then. And the other thing I want to do is go and drop the back of my truck here. So we'll drop this off here and then go and fill our... Oh, no. Top it off. There we go. And then we'll go and fill the milk trailer up. Attach it onto the back of this and go and do that. Because we very much need to get some cash in. Our Steiger's doing really well. We have 185 litres left of seed. So that is not going to run out anytime soon. And looks like it's going to get this field done fairly well. Has got a couple of patches here where we've got trees at the edge, and you can see it's left those as it just has then. So we'll have to fix that in a bit. But otherwise, it's been really good. Doesn't look like it's going to have a large overlap with the possibility of the next field. So yeah, we'll see how it does. I'm going to keep a very close eye on it for these last couple of rows, though. Meanwhile, I've filled up the TLX and its tanker with milk. Where is the best place for us to be selling milk today? That would be over at 375 is the best price. The bakery, which is not too far from us, I don't think. If I remember correctly, it is just around the corner there. No, it's in the middle of town. Okay, right. So that's where I'm going to head with this, and where we are going to go and sell this milk and make ourselves a tidy little profit. Well over £1,000. Maybe get 10,000 for this. Before we can get there, though, the Steiger is coming to the end of the field. In fact, it's got a tiny little row at the edge here. So what I want to do is stop it at the end because it is going to just continue into the next field. If I don't, we'll turn it around. There we go. Actually, going that way will be better. Like that. And then we want to do these end bits. So we want to do the headlands a bit here. And yeah, that will then be this field finished. And we'll move this down to 5C at that point. And make sure that that field is started. Of course, it's not got as much fertilizer. It's not as fertilized as I'd like it to be. Wow, is that actually wider than my... That is wider than my planter, the area that might have left. Yeah, there's a tiny patch there where it's not planted. So I'll have to... Well, no, it's a tiny patch, so we're fine. There we go. That's got that field done. Let's then turn that off and head down to the end. And yeah, this cedar, like our Steiger, is not something that's really roadworthy. Getting it back here is pretty much the only time we're taking it anywhere near a road. Now, it was actually enough seed to get the first field done. But we are now short on seed for this one. We're going to have to take the little New Holland down to the shop and refill, because this is going to run out of seed before too long. Let's back this up here. Bring it onto the field. And hire a worker. And away it goes. And yeah, we got to go and get back in our milk tanker and get some more money in. As we arrive down to the bakery, our worker has run out of seed, so we need to go and sort that out. Let's just sell the milk off here. There we go. So that's all selling off. And then what I need to do is take this down to... yeah, this is going to go down to the shop. Now that we have a load of money in, what we can do is just send this down with our hired worker to the shop. We can also send our trailer with all the silage in down to the sell point with the hired worker as well. So let's pull this out of here. Right. And then come into here, hired worker, This wants to go down to the shop, so set this there, like that. And are you away? Yep, you're away. And then the second one we've got is this one. So we will set the hired worker for this as well. Select that tractor. Oh, where is the best place to sell the silage today? Best place for silage sales is Central Exports, if we're quick. So let's find that on the map. I think Central Exports is there. So let's send this tractor down to Central Export, set destination there, and we'll go and sell that ourselves. And that should be both those tractors on the way. Really? So we have to move this from here. Sometimes the AI doesn't always target where you exactly want it to go. So you have to get it to move into a better position for it to be able to target it. Like that out of there. And then set destination there. And that one's off as well. And then finally, we want this to go home. So let's set the target for our truck. No, I don't want to select the bakery. Should be actually all right if I just go out and come back in again. Set destination and set that for the middle of our yard there, like that. Will this one go? No. Yeah, that's the thing. If you are in an area, or if it has trouble discovering that, you have to do this and then set destination and go back. I love the hired worker setup. I love the fact that they can drive on the roads and things, and you can set where they go. But it is just a little annoying that sometimes it doesn't quite know where it's supposed to go. And here comes our New Holland. So we'll just pick these 2 bags up. We'll dump these on the trailer, and then I'm just going to grab a couple more bags. Judging by that, we are going to need a few more. So big bags, I'm going to grab 6 more, I think. Although that is going to be quite a lot of money. We'll grab 4 more for now. 2,400. Sorry, 3,200, because that 2,400 was the extra amount. And then this will load up, and we'll have plenty to complete the task with. While we're here, do we have a front loader equipment in our front loader equipment? Yeah, we do. We have a double bag lifter. Fantastic. So yeah, we need to go and get that onto the front of this tractor, and that will then allow us to refill our seeder with the last 2 bags. Put these onto here like this. There we go. And back it out. We can leave this over this end, because invariably this is where we're going to be getting stuff. And then strap these down like that. And away we go back up to the farm, where we're going to go and pick up our double bag lifter. That's it over. No, that's not it over there. Okay, yeah. Off to the farm, pick up the double bag lifter. Meanwhile, our 6M has arrived here at sell point for Central Exports. Is it going to take... I think it takes it in here, doesn't it? We'll see in a moment. Pull up. Will it... Nope. Doesn't tip there. So we want to tip in the spot just next to it. Oh, that's a tight turn. Bring it back. Back up here. And yeah, this is 44,000 litres. This will give us plenty. This is probably the last batch of silage we'll be able to do. So it's not great from that point of view. Silage is not accepted there. Or apparently at the other one. This is Central Exports. So we'll try it here as well. No, silage is not accepted at either. That's a bit surprising. So where is Central Exports? Let's tag it. We're in it. It's exactly where we're meant to be to sell this. But neither of those sell points take it. Well, it seems that that sell point just refused to take the silage. So what we're going to do is I've brought it back down to the next best place, which is the animal dealer. We know we can sell it here. We've sold it here before. And in fact, it will let me tip. So let's tip this here and get this done. I think we might have tried to do a little too much today. We have got one field planted, which is great. We will get to planting the second field next time. Refill the planter on the back of our Steiger and sort that. Looks like we're going to get a decent amount of money off this as well. Yeah, 13,994 from this silage, which is great. Today, we are going to be continuing the cotton planting. We have got a still got field 5C left to do, I think it is. So yeah, field 5C, our bottom one, that needs doing, and field 6 as well. So, or do these? Yeah, these fill up here. So we'll get these filled up. Again, we're not putting any fertilizer on at this point. We're going to put liquid fertilizer on later. This tractor here, though, this is going to be sitting waiting for our planter to be empty. In fact, we will probably end up going down here. Let's close all these up. Down there like that. There we are. And get this loaded up. Those can close. So lift to the back, because we did that for easy access. And then we're going to head out. We'd already started the bottom half of field 5. So field 5C had already begun work. We just want to go and get that continuing. And then we're going to take our John Deere tractor and head down to the shop. And this is because we need to start getting these rolled. So I want to roll all of our cotton in today as well. We need to get that done by the end of the day too. So yeah, it's going to be a busy old day. First, I need to line this up to continue. And yeah, it started fairly well last time. And in fact, you can see all the little stones that we got on the field. So those should all be cleared up by us rolling this field, and make things just that little bit easier. So bring this up to here. Make sure we're up to the edge of the field. Make sure that we're nice and straight as well, because we don't want this seeding at an angle. Little bit more. Little bit more. Little bit more. And right, and hired worker on. Tiny gap there. I can go clear that up later, but for now that's got started and we can go and get the John Deere. Now unfortunately we don't have a roller at the moment. We're gonna have to lease one, because I think the 2 rollers that we have available base game are both too expensive. Let's just bring our John Deere here then and pop in. What have we got? So nothing in the sales today, unfortunately. So yeah, nothing useful there. In the rollers, though, yeah, we've got these 2 choices, 41,000 and 140,000. That takes 350 horsepower anyway. This takes 160, which is well within what we can fit on our tractor. Before I do that, we know our tractor that we're sticking this on. So the number plate that we've got on this is a MapsByMako. So let's do that on here as well. So there we go. This number plate is set up. We will put the BKT tires on it, I think. And we're going to lease that. So that will cost us £2,000. So not the end of the world. and should allow us to get this done fairly well. And we're slowly building up all of our equipment this way. It is a fair cost of leasing each month, but we're making enough on the farm to be able to actually cover the cost of the leasing. The big one is going to be when we lease the cotton harvester later in the year. We leased one of those this year, but we returned it, whereas everything else we've leased and held onto. So it's going to be a bit of an interesting one. That it's going to be a huge amount of money, about 30-odd thousand, that we currently do not have. And that's one of the few concerns I have at the moment. I mean, another example is that we didn't have enough slurry to completely cover this field. We only got about halfway through it. So we are going to have to do some extra some extra fertilizing down here. So that's going to cost extra money. We may be able to get some slurry on the bottom end of this field, maybe, if enough has been generated by our cows. But I'm not fully expecting that to happen. Yeah, don't hit my rollers, please. However, that seeder will keep going and should do us pretty well for that. And this roller is going to make very short work of this field up here. So we should get all of this planted and rolled today. Let's get this unfolding then. I think this is pretty big, this roller. Not as big as the other one we could have had, but certainly big in a kind of size we need for our work here. And we didn't plant quite up to the edge here. It would have been a little bit odd to have done that, to be honest. But down goes the roller. And away we go. And of course, we currently don't have... Oh, that needs to go down a bit. And down a bit more. We don't have GPS on this tractor, which I would very much like for a job like this. And eventually I will probably spend the money on it. Right now, we've got more important things to spend our cash on. Now, the importance of this job is twofold. It will give us a 2.5% increase in our yield for the cotton, which, considering the value of the cotton, is worth a huge amount of money to us. On top of that, it is also getting rid of all these little stones, which we do not want damaging our harvester and causing us to have a larger maintenance cost on top of the cost of leasing it as well. So, is that in the right place? I think that is. Yep, we're good. So I want to, I want to minimize that. That is not in the right place. I have to reverse this up. Move ourselves over slightly, like so. Nobody will notice it. It'll be fine. There we are. And yeah, so it'll increase the yield and reduce the maintenance cost, both of which should more than pay for having this roller kicking about. So all round, it's good news. It's a good idea to do it, and it will save us money and make us money, in fact, in the long run. Another job I'd like to get onto today, if we can, is planting the grass field around the cow area. There's quite a lot of grass I want to get in there. If we can get that in early March, or well, we're in late March, but if we can get that in March as well, by this summer, we should be in time to get our first cut and our first hay off it, which would suit us perfectly. I am going to have to come along the headlands here, I think. And yeah, it would that would suit us absolutely perfectly for getting a hay cut. Probably in early summer would be my expectation. Get an early summer cut of hay, and then an early autumn to mid-autumn cut of hay before we get into our main harvest. Because our harvest with the cotton and the corn is late in the year anyway. Would be pretty good. That would be a great way for us to go. and would give us something to do during the summer, along with, I think we're going to have to do a couple of contracts in order to bring in enough money to run the cotton harvester later in the year. So in both cases, yeah, I think getting ourselves nicely ahead as much as we can right now would be great. And how far is this going to stretch? Are we going to get all the way across this last section? I don't think we quite are. No, I'm going to come over and overlap a little bit so that I've got a little bit of extra to do. But yeah, we're not quite going to reach to the edge of the field. So I'm going to have to come back along that edge bit. But we're still way ahead of where we need to be, which is great news. Coming back along for this tiny little bit along the edge here and just finishing that off. It looks like there's a couple of places on the field where stones haven't rolled in. So I think we've got a couple of patches like there that are larger stones, maybe medium ones. So yeah, those aren't rolling in. It's only a couple of small patches, and I'm not really worried about having to sort those. So that's all good. Our cedar though does need to be refilled. So what I'm going to do is we'll take this down the bottom. I'm going to set a hired worker going with this while we go and get the seed bags and bring them down to the field here and get our cedar refilled. It hasn't even made it halfway through the field yet. So yeah, this is probably going to catch up fairly quickly, and we'll just have to keep an eye on where our two tractors are. One problem I am having with the John Deere at the moment is it's in need of repair. We need to get it repaired. And the trouble is that, yeah, as a result, it's cutting out. The engine cuts out. Right, let's pop over here and open these up. Right, all the way along. Get them open. There we go. And just bring these up behind. I wish I could realistically fill each of these. I mean, it would be a pain. But it would still be quite cool. And now this should take all of this. And yep, that's all done. So then this can get working again. Start it up. What's the condition of this tractor like? This tractor's not bad. So hire that. And away that goes. That should now mean that we can take this back up to the farm. I wonder, we could use this tractor to plant grass. I think that is going to be a while before it needs to fill up again, and we can leave the bags on the front. Has that broken down? Nope, that's turning around. So the interest of getting as much done as we can, and with the fact that this tractor would otherwise just be sitting there, what I'm going to do is lower our rear weight down and drop it off and grab our roller stroke seeder for grass, and we can back this onto here like that and do that. And I've not done any of the connectors at the moment because what we want to do is drop it off again here. I want to open it up first. There we go. And then if I grab just a single seed bag off here, it'll muck up our numbers a little bit, but it should still be fine. Grab that. We got plenty of seed left to do the rest of the cotton. And I'm planning to buy more seed before we go and do the corn. And yeah, this does not take much. So it doesn't make a massive difference to us. Let's put that back on there. Now this is where this double one can be a pain. Because obviously it wants to pick up the second one, not drop them. Right, connect this up to the back. Like this. So there, we did actually use this on, I don't remember which other map I've used this on recently. There we go. Because it wasn't the realism experiment. Yeah, where else have I used this? I've used this on somewhere. And I can't remember exactly. Oh, I know where we used this. We used this on Silver Run Forest. Yeah. And look, our John Deere is broken again. So yeah, we're going to go and deal with that next. So what I'm going to do now is check that we are seeding grass. Line this tractor up here. And drop you down. Okay. There we go. So this John Deere, you can see the level of break on it. It's not overly bad, and we can probably get through the rest of this field. It does mean that it is just turning off occasionally. So the best way for me to ensure that this job gets done is actually to go and do it myself, and ensure that it keeps running. And if it conks out, I can just start it up and get it going again. And then when we get to the end of this field, we should have the time to get it fixed. I think my seeder is traveling about twice the speed. It's definitely going faster than we're traveling with this roller. But our roller is nearly twice the width of our seeder. So it seems to be that the two are holding a similar sort of distance between them going across the rest of this field. And that should mean, barring a need to refill, that tractor should finish the field at about the same sort of distance we're at now, which is great. It is 1:30 though, and I am beginning to get a little bit concerned that we might not get all of the work done today that we want to get done. This field certainly will be done. We are within a stone's throw of that, so I'm not too worried about that. Will I clear that tree? Yes. Can I get this round and back? Yes. Good. I think we're good there then. But yeah, we'll get this field planted and rolled today. It's field 6 that worries me. I'm very much hoping that we will get onto that and get that seeded. It is slightly smaller than this field, and we've definitely got enough seeds for it. It is just whether we're going to run out of time. And yeah, that is based on our restrictions that we play this at 10 times in order to keep things moving along nicely. Don't think, though, it is the end of the world if we can't get this planted today. Let's have a look. Actually, it is. We've got to get the rest of the cotton in today. Otherwise, our planting window is going to close. So, yeah, this really is the last chance for the cotton. So, our seeder has got very close to the end of the field. And has run out of seed, so I'm grabbing these 2 bags. The other thing is, interestingly enough, we have a shortage of seed on this, I think. It is telling me I've got 69%. I thought it was a little bit lower than that. It could be that it was adding what we've got on the back with what we have here on the front. In fact, no, it's saying 1,000 liters. So I think actually it's counting one of the big bags we've got on the front as grass seed. We'll see when we empty this out and check this. This is giving our John Deere a chance to catch up, but that's all right because we are in full control of that. And whatever we have left on the front of here, we'll take back up with the grass. So let's swing this round. And yeah, already opened up. Now, hopefully, this isn't going to immediately start going as soon as we load this up. I don't think it will. Hired workers, yeah, hired workers don't tend to do that in FS22. We can now close that down, though. And away it goes. And I'm going to take these 2 bags back up with me because we need to get this cedar going again. And getting grass seed down, we're okay. I think we might be all right for getting everything done today. Certainly, I think we can get all the cotton in. It's whether we can then also get all of it rolled as well. Coming to the end of the row with the Steiger, and you can see there that roller has really caught up with this. But it is the end of the field, and that is fine. It means that we are all done and dusted. Right, let's reverse this up. We have 891 litres of cottonseed in here. So we'll just run this up to field 6 and get that started. Oh, actually, no. Before I do that, I've got to go to the other side of this field, field 5. And we've got a little bit of headland to do. So I'm going to do that first, and then we'll run this up to field 6. Having got my headlands sorted, we can now head up here to field 6. And I'm going to start it at the far end over here. And we've got 876 litres left of cottonseed, so that is all good. We can line this all up. And yeah, we should be able to knock this out in the next couple of hours. That would be good. And away it can go. And with any luck, once we've got our John Deere repaired, we'll be able to come up here and get this field rolled as well. So just finishing off the headland with our rollers. These trees along our driveway, they make things a little bit awkward, and as a result we end up with patches, which is why I had to go over the headland with the cedar, and then we just run the roller down here just to finish things off. It means that we get the whole field done and dusted, and it's all good. And we should be able to get this little patch of stones up here that have been completely missed. I have discovered you have to have quite a lot of overlap between 2 rows in order to make sure you get all the stones. And we got a few patches of stones on the field in places. So that is not great. But it's a lot less damage than we would get otherwise. Right, this tractor is very much in need of repair. So we're going to give the cedar a little bit of a head start while we take this up to our workshop and get it repaired. So bring the John Deere in. Try and keep my camera a little bit steady as we do so. There we go. Jump out. How much are you going to cost me? 3,600 to repair it. Ow. There we go. It's 58 months old. It's got 45 hours on it. And yeah, it tends to wear down a bit fast, this tractor. I think at some point we want to get it replaced. Finding something with enough power, though, that is going to be cheap enough, that doesn't have a ridiculous number of hours on, is going to be tough. What I do want to do quickly is give this a quick wash down. We are going to be using this again, but washing your tractor reduces how quickly it wears out. Same goes for your equipment, but especially on a tractor this old, and with this many hours on it, I want to keep it as clean as possible to try and reduce that maintenance cost as much as I can. The rollers, we'll just give a wash because they happen to be attached to the tractor. And yeah, it'll reduce the amount of maintenance we have to do in them as well, which is good, especially for something which we are currently leasing. Right, let's take this out over to field 6 and get it started. It looks like something's gone hideously wrong with our cedar. What has happened there? Why did that stop mid-row, turn round and come back? It's a bit odd. I think we're going to have to, before we get this started, just sort that. So let's jump into here. And then when this gets to the end of this row, we'll take the hired worker off. Turn around. And, yeah, see if we can get this row here finished up. Looks like it's reversed up or something because it had trouble. So let's start that, drop that down, and away we go. Yeah, it is just a single row that it's messed up for some reason. And yeah, I can't quite tell why. Like our roadway at the other side, this is going to need a headland up the top end of the field here. There are just too many trees in this woodland that get in the way for us not to have that. So yeah, let's position this here. I mean, you can see where we actually put a headland in with the plow when we came through here before. So that was kind of expected. Let's hire this. And away that goes. We can jump in here then and expand our roller. And again, I'm hoping that it's going to keep a fairly even distance. That way we can just work our way across this field. Wow, this is going to take a little while longer today because it's already turning 5 p.m. That's an auction for field 31, which is right over the side of the map. That is finally finishing. Yeah, we've got probably a job to do into the evening here in order to get this done. Because, yeah, there's a good 3/4 of the field still to go. I think we're going about the same speed as our seeder is. So, yeah, we are catching it up quite easily. It is going to be, though, halfway through this field on the next pass. It is 5:45 in the evening, so I think it's not going to be too late that we get this field finished. I am going to have to sit and wait, though, for a minute with the roller here because obviously we're going to be overlapping with our seeder if I don't. So I'm going to come to the end of this row here and we'll sit here for a bit. Let the seeder get a little bit ahead, and hopefully it can get far enough ahead that we don't have to worry too much about it when we restart. Meanwhile, it looks like our grass seeder has been doing a great job. Only a little bit left of this field. I left the big bags on the front because there's enough weight with the seeder on the back to offset them. But also because at some point I figured I'd probably have to refill my seeder anyway. And so we have a decent amount of seeds still here that will hopefully allow us to finish off the field. And yeah, this should get this done today as well. We just need to then empty the seed out of this and run this roller over it once the grass germinates. Which should be the beginning of next month, and that will then up the fertilizer stage of this grass as well, which is great news. Or up the amount of nitrogen, I should say, because of course we're using precision farming here, and that should work fairly well for us. Our seeder has stopped. It is out of seeds. We've got about 500 liters of seeds here, I think. So it hasn't opened up the back, so let's do that. All the way along. Perfect. And then we'll empty the 2 remaining bags of... Whoa. Yeah, empty these into there. That cannot empty all of my... Wow. That emptied all of my seeds. So there is actually no grass seed left in the back of this. interestingly enough. It must have been taking it out of the seed bags on the front, which is a little bit funny. 633 litres, though. It might be enough to finish this field. We'll see soon enough. Meanwhile, I need to go and put a little bit more seed into the back of this to ensure that I can just get that last little bit of grass finished off as well. Seeing as we've got just this last little bit of grass sitting here, I'm going to finish it off myself. We're waiting for the seeder to get a little bit further ahead. So I might as well just save myself a little bit of cash and get this done. As I said, the thing I'm worried about today is less getting everything rolled. It would be good to get the field rolled, and I think we can time it in a moment so that we do get the last row rolled just as it gets seeded. Oh, wow, that's not quite the whole way across there. But we've got to get the cotton in. There is no choice. No matter how late we go, and the fact we've got rain on the way as well isn't great. But no matter how late we go, this cotton has to be in today, or we are not going to have 3 full fields of cotton. One thing I will also note is the roller on this is working great. It's rolling in the stones as we're seeding. That's brilliant. Last of the grass to get planted along the edge here. Got a couple of bits just to top up. But otherwise, that is that job done and dusted. Trying to keep an eye on where my seeder is as well over there. There's I basically want it to get 3/4 way through the field, and then I'm going to get the roller out again and get that finished. So I think that's got a little bit further to go, and I might even take control of it myself in order to get it done. Yeah, that's about 2/3 of the way through. So a couple more rows, and I think we can start the rolling again. My seeder is about where I want it to be for me to continue rolling. Yeah, not a lot of field left for that. So, yeah, we are going to get this roller going and try and catch it up, chase it across the rest of this field. And it's 7:45 in the evening. Wow. This is a late one. It's 8:50, and we're almost done. Our seeder, just before the end of the field, has run out of seed. So I'm just going to refill it quickly with this. Let's get that there. There we go. This will be more than enough for this seeder to finish this field. But we are going to be doing maize on here later, so that should be all good with this seeder. Yeah, there you go. There's the last little bit. We'll park this tractor up here, and I will clear everything up later. Let's turn the lights off and get this last little row done. Let's close these off. Oh, get that end. There we go. All of them closed down. Close those top ones as well. Start it up, because our roller is getting very, very close. And all of the lights on. Let's get this last row done and dusted. And then the cotton is in for this year. Next year, my aim will definitely be to get the cotton in earlier. I don't like leaving things till the last minute like this. It means that we are rushed and we're going to like 9 o'clock at night to do it. And yeah, it's just really, really annoying. That's got this field done. I do have one last little bit to do, and I will go and do that in a moment. Today, we are going to be getting a little bit of extra cash in. We only have £2,591 in the bank, And we need to scan 2 fields. So, yeah, we are not in a position where we can actually do anything at the moment. So, what we're going to do is we are going to take on a contract. There is the perfect contract that we've got, which is field 18. It is a silage bale contract, so it will bring us in far more money than just 29,000. In fact, we're looking at nearly an extra 10,000 from this contract, which is fantastic. So getting nearly 40,000 in from this will be great. We're going to take the Vulture that comes with it, and we're going to use our John Deere that we brought down. We'll get that running behind so that it can row up, and then we can bale and we can wrap as once, and it's going to basically half the time that it'll take us to do this contract. So borrow items. We do lose 1,633 for that, but we do get all this fantastic equipment. So this is a Q Series Vulture, which of course is the new Vulture, the one that that came in with the other ones when all the Vulture tractors got added back into the game, which is fantastic. So I've not tried one of these before. Yeah, we've got front PTO is connected. There is no rear drive on this, and in fact, actually, these mowers can't go the other way around. Is this oh, we don't need the windrower. We can't, unfortunately. I don't think our John Deere is powerful enough to run that baler. How much power do we need for that coon baler? Let's have a look. Balers are here. Let's scroll across, and it's that one there. We need 195. Actually, no, it's a good thing we bought this because it's 172. Ooh, okay, we'll try it. We'll give it a try. We'll see if it'll run it. It is a few horsepower short, but this is a fairly flat field, and with any luck, we should be able to do. We should be able to drive around it because, yeah, that mower that has a rower ability, so we don't actually need the windrower in order to do this. So we'll see if this will work. Follow the Q Series Vulture, which is what it's doing, and let's head out. And field 18 is really, really close. I mean, it's drive out of the shop and drive onto the field pretty much, which is great because, yeah, we can just get started on it. Unfold the front, unfold the back, and then we want to check what is the setting for these rear mowers. They are wide spreading. So we want to change work mode. Is that normally control Y, I think? Yes, there we go. Swath dropping, left swath, right drop. Okay, we want this on swath dropping. We want to then switch over and turn on that. And turn on that. Forward we go. Front mower in. Rear mowers in. And line things up, and look at that, straight in with that. And then we'll jump back here, jump into this tractor, take the hired worker off, unfold the baler if we can. Yep, there we are. Turn it on, drop the pickup down, and hit the follow me again, and you can see the line that it's running. So back in our Vulture, and away we go. In fact, we can even set up a GPS course for this and just get this running so very, very smoothly. So I'm going to set up the GPS the simplest way. We'll turn it on, we'll go into the menu, into our GPS menu here, and I want to A+ heading. Go out, we'll set first waypoint, we'll set the heading to 180, like so. There we go. set our width, and we should be away. Set it to 180. I pressed the wrong button. There we are. And go. There we go. And now we are nice and straight, and this job is going to get done so much quicker. So our John Deere is handling this. It is able to run this baler. It's only running it at 8 miles an hour, so we need to restrict our Vulture to that to make sure it's not too far behind. So let's take our speed down to that, and on with the cruise control, and now this should all run fairly nicely. 8 miles an hour is a little bit slower than this would run otherwise, but it's fine. We can handle that fairly easily, and it should mean that we have less work to do overall. I've managed to speed things up a little bit. We've got everything running at 11 miles an hour now, which does make turning around at this end a little bit fun, but we're not doing too bad. I might have a little bit of cleanup to do later on. That John Deere is working fine though. It is going along and doing the job it should be. And look at the bales we've got. We've got a good amount of bales off here now. So yeah, we're trundling along. It is a very big field, so I'm expecting this to take quite a while. But running at this sort of speed, we'll knock it out in no time. I think what I'm going to do is switch things around. So the John Deere is getting a little bit behind, and I don't want to slow this Vulture down. So we will take off the GPS. We'll put a hired worker on this and switch over to here, take the hired worker off this and run this ourselves. And that way we don't have to worry about the mower. The mower can just get on with the job, and what we can do is just ensure that we keep going with this, and yeah, as fast as we can we'll be able to get through this field. And at places we'll be able to go 11 miles an hour, other places will be down to just 8. I had thought of this field being pretty flat, like the rest of them, but just looking at it, there's a definite slope and a definite peak up here. It's not massive, but it is enough to give this slightly underpowered John Deere a bit of hassle on this baler, and drop us down to sort of 5-6 miles an hour. The Vulture is not phased by it, of course. It is just zooming around this field. We wouldn't have been able to run those mowers on this tractor, even if we'd had a front linkage on it. It just isn't powerful enough for that. So yeah, this is the best of a bad situation. We could have put our really big tractor on this, and it probably would have done it, our big Steiger. But I didn't really think that was an appropriate piece of kit to run on this contract, so that's why I didn't grab it. We are halfway through this contract though at this point, or halfway through mowing this contract. Of course, 20% is the point at which the cut field is completed, and the fact that we'll be baled as well in a minute will mean we'll be about a quarter of the way through overall, because we'll be halfway through once we've baled the rest of this field, and then we just got to wrap and deliver. I think I might actually be catching up the mower, because he's doing more intricate turns at the end and slowing down, and I'm not. We're definitely getting closer, which is good. So this was the better way round to do it. Get a hired worker on the mower at the front, and we can run our 6M on the baler behind. We can make up for the deficit of the speed on this baler of this tractor against the speed of the mower, because we are just spinning around at the end and it's stopping, lifting, and then dropping again. So yeah, it's working out really, really well for us. Sitting in this back tractor with this mower or with this baler, collecting up this grass. And very quickly we've caught it up. It's having to stop at the end, do some maneuvers, turn around, and by the time he's done that, we're going to be right up behind. And for the first time, going to need to hit the brakes in order to follow our mower back into the field. Wow, that is so much more of an efficient way of doing things. Really is. We're right on his tail now, and I'm really, really happy. That's great news. I was expecting to fall further and further behind this mower, and I am doing nothing of the sort. Now, one thing that I could have done while we were doing this is to start the seeding. I could have started our seeding going because we've got no solid fertilizer to put on the ground. Couple of things. I don't know if we need lime, so we may need to lime our fields before we plant them, which is very likely considering we had to on field 5 and or on the other two parts of field 5. The other thing is we need to actually have the variable seed rate for the corn, which we didn't need for the cotton. So both of those things require scanning first, and so yeah, we've got to finish this job before we can actually go and get on with the next job on our farm. Final full row, and I think I'm going to have to take control of the mower for the last row, simply because at the bottom end of it there are trees that might get hit by the mower, so we need to see how it goes. At the moment I'm going to just keep following behind and seeing if we can just keep an eye on it. He is coming fairly far back. Oh no, he's coming right back. Where are you going? My pickup. I can't go too far back. Oh, okay. What are you doing? Let's stop that. Yeah, seems like it needs completely taken care of. Going to fold up the rear mowers, because yeah, this last strip will happily do on just the front mower. Let's start it up, drop it down, and away we go. And then what we'll do is we'll get follow me going again behind this. So forward with this, and then spin it round and follow behind. But yeah, we don't need more than a single mower going on this last row. And we did push back on a bale there. Not the end of the world. Ooh, this is tight though. We won't get all of that, but not a huge problem. We've got a few bits of grass we've left around the field, but nothing horrendous. We should be able to just clean this up fairly quickly, I think. And there we go, all done. I've left a very thin slither at the edge of the field, but I think we're all right. Where is my other tractor? I think he's coming. I can't see because there's that bar in the way. Yeah, here it comes over the top of the hill. A little bit slower because we were going full pelt and it was having trouble. But we're all good. In fact, let's take the hired worker off and just keep going. And yeah, then we can just fold things up at the end. And if we're right at the edge of a bale at the end of this, which we're not going to be, then I'd run around the field. Right, and off. Unload those. There we go, and fold up. And we can get these two tractors now back to the shop and see. Yeah, there we are. And get on to the next stage of this. And that next stage is wrapping and collecting. So let's drop off our mowers. So front mower first. Let's like that. We'll take the hired worker off this. And I think we're going to switch around the order of the tractors. So we'll put the Vultra on the pickup because it's the bigger tractor and more able to handle it. And yeah, and we'll put the John Deere on the wrapper. Also, the other advantage of that is that the John Deere is slightly slower than the Vultra. So when we're actually delivering the bales, we'll have a much quicker turnaround for doing that. So connect that up. There we are. And also the Vultra should be able to keep pace with the John Deere much more easily as a result of that too. Right. Oh wow, you like to drop down your gears. Let's bring this round, drop it off and bring it and then connect up to the wrapper. If my voice sounds a little bit strange today, I apologize. I've got a bit of a cold coming on. And yeah, you can probably hear it at this point. I'm straining my voice a little bit to get today's video out. But I didn't want to leave you guys without one. So yeah, I'm pushing myself a little bit. Let's see if we can get this all hooked up. We will then pull this forward. Otherwise, that Vultra is going to get very confused with follow me. And then bring this up behind. And I didn't actually look at how many bales we have. I think we've got several journeys worth here. There we go. Calculating. Yep. Away we go back to the field. And we'll get lined up for the first bale. So that out. And there. And then the important thing I need to do, once my Vultra gets down here, is we need to line it up so that the Vultra is picking up from this. And in line with that, which is not always that easy. I think it's about a 3 or a 4 on the outside. So we'll take that off. Stop the hard worker there. Start this picking up. And then we do the follow. Like that. And we want to take it out. I don't know if we want to take it out that far. We will, we'll see. It may not need to go as far as I think it does. But we can certainly adjust as we're going. And so let's get the first one wrapped. So up to the second bale. And we'll see how the tractor behind aligns when we drop it. So bring this up to here. Up to the next bale. Drop this one down. And yeah, I've taken the tractor the wrong direction. Absolutely. So this doesn't want to go out to the left. It wants to go out to the right about 3. I think. Maybe just 1.5. We'll start with 1.5. And we'll see what effect that has. So bring it up and see if that helps. No, that is completely the wrong place. Ah. Getting this right is always a pain. I was correct the first time. I think I want to be... Do you know what? I think I want to just follow directly behind. I think I'm overcomplicating this. Let's see what that does. If it follows directly behind, it might actually just pick it up. Yeah. Okay, we'll try it with the second one. See where that leaves us. So second bale. Coming around. And Okay, that answers my question. I think we want to be half a meter that way and see if that works. So I'm lined up for the next one, and look at that. That is spot on for picking that up. Absolutely perfect. Okay. Now the other thing we need to check is, that's what I thought. Let's get the speed up so it can keep as close as possible. And then we just need to go through and wrap this whole field. There we go. Drop that down. And we're off. Perfect. So this should be our last bale to complete our first trailer. So we'll drop this off, move far enough forward, and then we'll get the... we'll go and drop the first set of bales off. So we'll be far enough forward for that to pick up. Should be fine. Yep. And then leave that there, like so. This should then be full, which it is. So hide worker off, lift that up, and where do we need to take this is a good question. This wants to go to animal dealer, which is the bottom corner. Not too far from here, thankfully, and should be a pretty good turnaround. I wonder how many bales this will take to complete this contract now. Back it in and drop them off. 14 bales straight in. And how far are we going to be along? We are 35% transported and 48% of the contract. So 2 more loads will complete this contract. And then anything beyond that is going to be pure profit for us. So another 28 bales, and this contract will be completed. So this will be our last bale for today. It will complete the bale trailer and complete the contract. We still have half a field full of bales, which is immense. Yeah, that's incredible. I want to get this bale wrapped though, so that that's ready to pick up next time. So that's going to be really good. I'm not going to deliver these bales now. What we'll do is we'll leave this here for tonight. Pick it up next episode and get these 14 bales delivered to complete this contract. And that's the thing. It's completing the contract might cause an issue and has done in the past. Otherwise, I'd happily complete the contract today and then collect up the rest of these bales next time. But unfortunately, that might cause us problems. So best thing to do is for us to drop these off next time, complete the contract, and then, well, we have far more than £10,000 worth of bales left on this field. This is still going to bring in a huge amount of money. Today, we are going to be finishing off this grass or this silage contract first. We're not going to spend very long on it. I'm going to get it knocked out fairly quickly because I want to get back up to the farm and get some stuff done up there. We are trying to get ready to get the maize in the ground. And actually, something quite interesting has come up in the shop. We have got this. This Kverneland Optima RS has come up in the shop. And yeah, I'm really tempted to get it. It is a 9-meter seeder and selling our existing, or planter, sorry, I should say. Selling our existing planter that we have only just got would actually probably cover it, plus the money we're getting in. So yeah, it's quite an interesting one, that. It's quite a dilemma, and we're going to see how we're going. We have already made a little bit of money off this contract. Didn't need to deliver... Well, we needed to deliver most of that trailer then to complete the contract. But we still have about half a field of grass bales that need wrapping and delivering. So we're going to go and do that. And then I'm going to pick this up again once we got that out of the way, and we will go and have a look at what else needs doing on our farm today. So we're coming up to the end of the contract now, and this is actually the 13th bale that I'm wrapping at the moment for this current load. So we've got 14 there, and then we have one single bale that we're going to have to run back and deliver, I think, which is a little bit annoying. It's not quite fitting on. I'm wondering if there's some way I can get it on there. So might try and do that. Yeah, I don't think there is. Short of getting a front loader down here and doing that, I don't think I can. So I'm just going to drop this here. I think the only way I could do it would be to transport it down there in this. It's not the most realistic way of doing it, to be honest. But in the interest of getting all this done quickly, I am just going to transport this down there on this. That way we'll get the job done and dusted. Let's just stop this. We'll take the hired worker off this, fold that up, and then put the hired worker back on the follow me. And yeah, we'll just transport this on the back here. I wish I could fold this in, but it won't do that like that. So we'll run it along the side of the road here. At least it wouldn't hit any traffic. So we'll drop the bale off from this first. Let's just jump out here. And we'll take the hired worker off this and bring this in. Up to the livestock market. I don't know if this is the best place to sell. But previously, this has been the best place to sell silage. So let's spin this round and drop the single bale off first. So that pops in there like so. £1,851 for that bale. And then we'll get this in. And the Q Series Vulture, which has been a really nice tractor to use. I've enjoyed using this tractor a lot over the past day or so in order to get this contract done. So get that up and unloaded. How much? This is going to be somewhere in the region of 75 to 80,000 pounds. In it goes, and yeah, 79,291 for the sold bales. We are up by about 75,000 for the sold bales, which is huge. I mean, that is massive. Now, if we pop into here and find the contracts, completed baling contract, we're going to be over 100,000 up. Fantastic. Let's collect that. We've got several other contracts. There's a couple of other big contracts in here. There's a massive baling contract there that wouldn't take too long. Although that is, yeah, that's a tedding one. So that would be a bit of a pain to do. But we're left here just with our John Deere now. So we're going to take this back up to the farm because we do actually have a really important job that needs to be done today that I had completely forgotten about. In fact, I think we've got a couple that need doing by the end of the day. And having taken most of the morning to get that contract finished, we're going to be pushed for time to get the rest of our work done today in order to prepare our fields for seeding the corn next time. So there's a couple of jobs that we need to do on the farm to get ready for the maize planting next day. The first is that we still need to go and scan several of our fields. So we can see here, field 5B needs scanning and field 8 needs scanning. Field 7 also needs scanning, but it at the moment has wheat in it. So we're not going to be touching that this year until we can get that cut. We could also do with scanning our grass fields at the same time. I've not worried too much about those because they've not been of a huge concern to me yet. But yeah, they will need doing, and we might as well do them in with this batch. I think actually we'll give this tractor a wash first, and I'm going to use the New Holland to do the scanning. But yeah, we need to keep this tractor nice and clean because it's got a few hours on it now, and as a result it tends to degrade faster, especially if we don't keep it clean and keep the dirt off it. So washing on a regular basis is fairly important at this point. Come on, let's get the last. That's a bit of a stubborn stain on that wheel then. There we go, that's got it off. Perfect. Right, let's go and put this back in our shed, and we'll get the weight off the back of our New Holland, because that currently has a weight on the back for that. We don't have a... We've only got the front loader at the moment. We don't have a telehandler, which might be quite a useful piece of kit on our farm, the more I look at it. But for now, we've got this New Holland as a yard tractor, and it's fairly good. I'd like to get an all-green fleet at some point, but it kind of depends on what turns up in the used equipment. As much as I love this T6, doesn't wholly fit in with the farm. Other than actually the Isaria, strangely enough, it's color-coded fairly nicely to go with that. First build we're going to do is field 8. Let's open this up. Oh, you know what I haven't done? Connected up any of my cables. There we go. Right, now we can get this field scanned, and we should have plenty of money to be able to scan this whole field and get it in. Because before we were severely lacking. And looking at this might take a little while for us to get scans. So go around, scan the whole thing, and we'll see how many it takes. So going from one side to the other, it's done. I've done 6 by 6. So yeah, it is. It's going to be about 36 scans to do this whole field roughly. I'm eager to see if that actually pans out as an estimate. But yeah, definitely seems to be roughly about 36. So I'm going to continue around the edges, and then I'm going to try and fill in the middle. It might hopefully be a little bit less than that. I would be very happy if it was. But yeah, about 3,600 is what I'm expecting. Really good. Still going to leave us above 100,000. But we still have 2 more fields to get scanned after this as well. So it could be, well, I think we could be down to about 90,000, which is not bad. That is still going to give us plenty of money to play with later on. A tiny patch left of the field. Can we get all this in one go? Oh, we can't. Not quite. So, yeah, we're going to have to do a little bit in the middle of the field. I think that is going to be 29, actually, in total. No, that is 29 taken now. So it's going to be 30 in total. That is still 6 less than my estimate. So I'm quite happy with that. And that will do nicely. So we've got another 2 fields to do. Field 8 is now fully scanned. We've got a few little dots at the top, but nothing in the middle of the field that's been missed. So yeah, I'm going to go through, scan these 2 bits of grass field here, and then we'll come down here and get the rest of field 5 scanned. Yeah, you can see over here, field 7 is growing quite nicely. I mean, we're not touching it. I think this is a field of wheat, isn't it? No, it's a field of barley, full of weeds. And we are going to do some weed spraying in the near future, because all of our other fields will need spraying too. Although in general, actually, no, I'm not sure they will, because we're going to be ploughing every year. Both crops that we use on here, or that we're doing on here, both of them require ploughing after every year. So that's not going to be great for our environmental score, but it is going to help with us getting our getting the most yield out of it. So it's kind of a no-win situation. We either have to scan them, we either have to plow them to get the maximum yield and lower our environmental score overall, or we have to get them done with the or we don't plow them each year and we take a hit on our yields. So yeah, not much I can do there. It's kind of a choice we have to go. I was wondering why we had a little bit in the middle that looked like this was 2 fields when it should be 1. Looks like our seeder missed a bit, so I'm gonna have to get the grass seeder out at the end of today and just sort this out, because that shouldn't have missed that like that. And get this field properly done, and then hopefully by the summer we should be able to cut some hay from in here and maybe get a hay barn set up, because that is something we need to do in order to store it. Oh. Yeah, this is proving to be a little bit of fun, but we need to cover all of this area here. I'm leaving sort of a pixel one way or the other at the moment. There we go. Spin it round wildly, and eventually you find a circle that fits. And we can get it scanned like that. Yes, it's rescanning part of one of the fields that we've already done, but that was kind of a given. And actually it comes fairly square, so we're going to do 2 more off here. And that will then be this grass field scanned, and we can go and do field 5B to get the rest of it done. We're quite lucky with the land around here. It's not very stony, so even using the plow on it isn't producing very big stones. It means that my biggest worry about having to plow every year, being that I was expecting a lot of stones to be pulled up, isn't going to be a huge problem. We're not going to have to go stone picking on here every year. I expect, because all of these stones will roll in when we roll in the crop. So that's going to be very, very useful to us. Got some spiky bits in our scan here. But not too bad. Whether this next bit reaches right across, though, will be interesting. I think I missed maybe a pixel or 2 there. I don't know. We might be all right. All in all, though, this is not... Oh, I have missed a pixel or 2, so we're going to have to go back and rescan that bit. Let's see if we can't get all of this in. This can be a little bit finicky to get everything around and in. But I think we can do it. Yeah. But there. Might actually cover everything. And if we're lucky, we'll only have 2 more scans to do on this field. Yeah, that's covered everything there. 1 more big scan, and then that little pocket in the middle of the field there to scan and cover everything. So yeah, we'll see how much this all costs in a moment. So with everything scanned, we'll head back up to the farmyard. I've not got this folded up yet, because I am gonna fold it up. I'm not sure I can actually send off my samples if I folded that up. It'll be interesting to find out. I'm gonna check this in a moment. So bring this over to here. We'll park up in the middle of the yard, and then let's have a look in here. Total of 55 samples. And yes, with it all folded up, we can send them for analysis. So that's going to be 5,500. Yes, please. And we'll see how much that comes to. Meanwhile, we're going to go and drop this off the back, because I think we're going to have to get the John Deere out next, because the next job is almost certainly going to be getting some lime down on these fields. And I'm hoping that we can get at least 1 field done today, because if we can do that, then when we come to next time, what we'll be able to do is keep liming the other and go from there. There we go. £550. And wow, look at field 8. That is such an interesting setup with that that loamy sand streaking through the middle of it. Pretty much as expected for the rest of field 5. We've got a couple of patches of loamy sand in it, but in general is pretty good. Yeah, so what's the pH like across these fields? Also, as expected, field 8 is all over the place. Field 5 also needs doing. So yeah, let's go stick some lime into our lime spreader if there isn't some already, and see how far we can get on getting these two fields up to scratch, ready for planting the maize, the corn next time. And yeah, we've only got 102 litres, so I'm gonna go and fill this up, and then we'll be back up to field 5B after that. I filled up with lime from the local sell point, and yeah, we've got 18,950 litres in here. I've forgotten how squirrely, though, this John Deere is when this spreader is full of lime. But this does not spread as far as I think it does. And I've got to remember that. Oh, here. Now that we got all this money, there's actually a couple of upgrades I want to do to the John Deere. It's we've got 47 hours on it, so it's got a fair amount of time on it. But we could do with putting GPS and the crop sensors on it. Now I think that is going to be about 30,000 to do that. I think it will be money well spent. I think we'll end up with a much more usable tractor, especially as it's our general use tractor on the farm. This, so yeah, I think we're gonna stick those on there. We'll keep an eye on the situation in general. I want to do it after we've got the corn planted, because we won't be using GPS to plant the corn. We will be using GPS though to make sure that the fertilizer level is good, and in fact we're going to need to use the setup for the fertilizer as well to check the crop levels. Looking at how straight my lines are here, I think the GPS would be really, really useful right now. I'm trying to make sure I haven't missed any spots. We're doing pretty well as far as coverage goes. But even in cab here, where I've got a good line with the front of the bonnet to follow, I'm finding it difficult on this rough ploughed land to actually keep this straight, which is really interesting. But we will get through it, and yeah, I think this field is basically what we'll get done today, which is good because we can set our tractor on the seeding this. We can set our Steiger seeding this next time, and then missed the tree. Yeah, there we go. And then we will be able to go and why is that turned on? We'll be able to then go and get the remains of this job done very easily next time over on field 8. Well, as the field's gone on, it's actually got easier to keep a straight line, and I think this is to do with what I was talking about earlier about this tractor being a little bit squirrely with a full load on this spreader. It's as it's got lighter, the spreader, it's become easier for this tractor to handle, and as a result, we've stayed on a fairly straight route the last few rows, which has been really, really helpful with this. Also, we are down to 19%, so we've got enough to get this last row done here and get this field finished, which is great news. I don't want to spread it on my cotton field, so we'll try and keep it away from that. That won't do our cotton crop any good if I do that. But we have managed to get this field done, and off a single load, which is absolutely fantastic. So what that means is next time we will go and we'll refill this, We'll probably get this working on a hired worker on field 8 to start with, so that we're not repeating ourselves with what we're doing today too much. And yeah, then what we'll do is get this field starting to be planted with the maize and with the corn, and we'll be in a really good place overall for what we're doing. Today, we are going to be getting finished off on the line. We're actually going to fill this up and then set the helper going off, getting the lime done. Meanwhile, we have a whole field, well, 2 whole fields, in fact, of corn to get planted. We ideally want to get them planted today. Let's open up the cover on this. Yeah, once we get them planted, we can get them rolled. So looking to have that all done by the end of May. The field that needs the lime first, though, is field 8. If we have a look at the pH level, you can see that we've done everywhere, really, except for the grass field and field 7. But field 8 still needs doing. So we're going to set the hired worker on that, as I said. And then you can see at the moment we have just 6 and 5A and 5C planted with cotton. Field 8 is harvested, so we're going to be direct seeding into that. And as we discovered recently on Attingham Park, well, no, in fact, so on Attingham Park, we are going to get a hoe. On here, we're going to do spot spraying to get rid of the weeds when they crop up. So we're all good, really. We are full here of lime, though. So I'm going to get this back up to our farm, and we'll get the hired worker started. Thankfully, once we got this field done, we should have no more need for this lime spreader. It's still very squirrely when full with this tractor, and yeah, isn't the greatest of combinations. Which is the best way to set this going on here? I'm not sure. I think like this should cover most of the field. Let's just back it up a little bit. And yeah, as I said, we're going to get the hired worker doing this. Makes sense on here. So set ourselves to 270. It should correct to that anyway. Hired worker heading off. It is just about reaching to the edge of the field, which is perfect. And yeah, off it goes. Meanwhile, we're going to get the Steiger started up and connected to the seeder. We need to load up with a load of seed. We're not putting any actual fertilizer on with this. Where is my seeder? Where did I leave that? Oh, over there. There we go. So we're gonna load this up with seed. I think we have some kicking around here somewhere. If not, we might have to do a quick run down to the shop and grab some. But it's yeah, it should do us fairly well for this. Get through this job today, get the field rolled. If not, what we should be able to do is get through and get everything seeded over the next 2 days. And have a roller going through behind us. Just had a quick run around the farm looking for the seed, and we've got a couple of bags of it in here. So let's go get the front loader, and we'll be able to pick up both seed bags with this. So round and into our storage shed. Because yeah, not much more can go in this shed. It's got such narrow doorways that yeah, really not much more. I have discovered, though, well, actually, other people have told me, if you delete these sheds, you lose a whole load of stuff, like the water pump and things like that. So that's why I've held off doing that. But yeah, they aren't overly useful sheds, especially that one there. There's no repair facility or anything like that in it, which would have been really good rather than the sort of the bare repair facility that's built into the end shed, where there's nothing in there that really marks that as a repair shed. Right, let's open those, get those opened up, and that should then load into there? Is it going to do it? Oh, I was thinking about it then. There we go. So that will load into those. I hope. No. What is... Oh, is that full? That might actually be full. Yeah, it doesn't take many seeds. Right, and we are going to be putting corn into these fields. So let's head down there with the Steiger onto our first one, which is 5B, and get started seeding. So May is actually the latest we can seed corn. Ideally, I'd like to have done it in April, but we had so much to do on these fields to get them ready that it meant we had to delay it a month in order to make sure we could roll and everything as well. We'll turn on our seeder, back it up a little bit because that's not right to the edge of the field, and away we go. And again, we've not got the GPS on this tractor, but we should be able to hold a fairly straight run with it. We're using about 10% a row on the capacity of our seeds, so I'm expecting us to do as a result about 10 rows before we got to refill, which is fairly easy maths to do in fairness. And yeah, so that is gonna be maybe half the field if we're lucky. Avoiding these trees is an interesting little bit of maneuvering, but means I don't have to worry too much about headlands. Then we want to get back onto the field and lined back up. Really interesting lining things up with an articulated tractor like this from in-cab. I actually grown to really love this type of tractor. You can get yourself very nicely maneuvered in very small spaces with them, which I think is why such big tractors tend to be set up like this quite often. Because, you know, you've got a big piece of machinery, you want to maneuver it on the field well, and you get that extra bit of turning circle and that extra bit of maneuverability if you've got the articulated version. A bit like a four-wheel steer as well. You know, that extra bit of maneuverability on that works for bigger machines where you really need to have tighter circles because of their size. If we can get all of this planted by the end of May and rolled in, I think our progress on here is going to be bang on target. We will be nicely turned around by the end of the year. We should have all the cotton in. We should have all of the corn in. A whole load of new silage created from these fields, and just working really, really well on our whole setup here. It should be a high money making year that should allow us to expand the farm come at the end of the year. And as we know, silage is something that we sell off on a regular basis, whereas the cotton we hold on until the end of the year and then sell it off. Because we're well enough established this year, we should end up with a large enough cotton crop to bring in enough to possibly buy a harvester, especially if we get one on second hand. At the moment in the shop, we do have a Krone Big X, but we do not have the nearly, well, over 2,500,000 to buy that, which would be very nice. I'd really like to have that. But that is not going to happen. We'll stay with the John Deere we've got leased to own at the moment. And with any luck, we might be able to afford that by the end of this year. One suggestion that's been made in the comments, which I think is possibly really worth exploring, especially considering the amount of money we've got at the moment, is maybe building our own BGA. Now, we do have the space on the farm. There is field 7, which I was planning to turn into a grass field, which in all honesty, we would possibly be better off putting a BGA setup in there instead. And as we have the Pumps and Hoses DLC, doing it with the modular BGA that comes with that, I think would be a fantastic way to have a play with that. So I think that's what we're going to be looking at maybe at the end of the year, is investing in a bit of a BGA setup. Let's avoid the tree, and maybe then earning money without having to travel all the way to the animal market to sell our silage, which is quite a long trek. And yeah, with that, we would then be in a position where we can make money without having to go very far. And we can use the money from the cotton to do that. And then essentially repay it by what we make through the BGA from the silage. As I suspected, we are about halfway through the field. And we are down to less than 10% of seed. So what I'm going to do is drive our New Holland over here, refill at this edge of the field, rather than driving halfway across it, and then we'll be able to get that done. Also, the John Deere has finished work, so we can head over there, pick that up, maybe return the lime spreader, because I don't think we have another use of it. And I'm not overly looking to at least buy that, so that isn't something we're going to need next year. Right, so let's put that down. I'm just going to turn it off. We will just reverse this up here. Looking down the side of the field, it looks like it might have missed some spots down this side. So let's up the gears there. And bring this and drive it down the side. Let's just have a quick look and see what it's missed. So it's missed nothing on that far side. There are a few patches on this side, so that's fine. What we'll do then is driving this back this way. We will just go and turn that on. Turn it on. There we go. We've got a little bit of lime left, so we're fine for doing this. And that means we'll just make sure that we've got a good coverage all the way along here. It's not a huge amount that it needed applying, just enough to pop it up to that. Yeah, we're at 6.125 and we're just popping it up to 6.5. So not a huge amount needed to be spread on here. And that's tellable by the fact that we still have 18% of the tank full with lime on here. And there we go. That's got that. Right. Let's fold that up then. I'm just going to unload the lime in the middle of our area here, so we'll unload that there, and that puts 2 bags of lime over there. Disconnect all of this, and then we'll get this returned. So into here, fertilizer spreaders, and return that, because yeah, we have no need of that, and I don't wish to. We've got enough stuff costing us money that we're leasing at the moment, and then we need to give this tractor a quick clean. Because we're going to be getting it out with the rollers in a minute once we've got our seeder restarted. So connect that. And do that. A quick wash down. Looking, yeah, covered in white stuff because we drove through it at the end. And always wise to wash our tractors. And then we'll just turn that off. And go and take these down to the field. This should be enough to finish this field. So let's go and open up our seed tanks here. So, oh, on the other end. Like doing it this way. And there we go. And then bring it round. Oh, this tractor needs repairs by the feel of it. Let's just check. Select the tractor. Yep, it's just popped under half. So we'll have to spend some money and repair this tractor as well. First though, empty that out into the seeds. And yeah, and there goes the second one. That's one gone. And that's the second one gone. Are we going to have enough seed to finish this field? I think this takes 1,000 liters. And yeah, I'm not so sure. Let's get all of these closed. Like so. Oh, and then close that. Don't need that open. Oh, we're not 94%. Okay, we should be all right. So I'm going to set this off now with a hired worker. So that can do that. And yeah, we'll take this back up to the farm. And I think we'll get the roller out and start getting this field rolled with the John Deere. So we'll hook up this roller and yeah, this is the rented one or the leased one. In fact, as I said before, most of what we have on the farm is leased. Oh, that's not properly connected up. There we go. So yeah, most of what we have on the farm is leased. My ultimate plan is to get it all purchased and then own all of our own stuff on the farm. What we have is quite a lot of outgoings based on that. I think we spend about 3,000 a month or 6,000 a month maybe even on leased equipment, which is not too bad considering included in that is a forage harvester. And next year we'll also include a cotton harvester, so that both of those are going to be a massive drain on our finances. But we do make enough per year to cover those costs, thankfully. So yeah, it's all good. We also have milk to sell on a regular basis and things like that. So yeah, it's all good. Right, down goes this. Forward, and we've got some nice lines to follow. In fact, in cab, by the looks of it, is going to be a lot easier. Yeah, look at that. Some nice straight lines. And that is going to make rolling this field really easy. If we just knock it down a couple of gears, see if we can get some better traction with this. I mentioned last time that it was quite nice that our plough didn't pull up any massive stones on here. To which several people pointed out to me that it might not be that it's a plough we're using. And so if I have a look quickly here, it's listed as a plough and is a John Deere plough. But it doesn't seem to go as deep into the soil. So it removes that ploughing state without maybe doing as deeply as a plough. And that might be why we're getting fewer stones. It might also be the map setup. Oh, squeeze past that tree. Because I've had other maps that have done the same thing. The most notable, I think, is Calmsden Farm, where I can, no matter what I run over my soil, if it's a cultivator or a plough, round field 6, I get really big stones at the edges and small stones in the middle. Sorry, and medium stones in the middle, and it's led me to not do any ploughing or cultivating and just fully go direct seeding on there. It's better for my whole precision farming setup on that map as well. But it does mean that, yeah, there's no advantage really without precision farming to ploughing over cultivating or cultivating over ploughing, because you're always going to get a certain size of stone up. And I'm wondering if that's the case on here, whether ploughing or cultivating or doing anything on the land here means that you just end up pulling small stones up all the time instead of large ones. And I'm kind of wondering how that gets configured on a map as well, because I find that really interesting. With the extra width on these rollers, we are slowly catching up to the seeder. My hope is that we'll catch up just towards the end of the field. That way, this field will be completely done today and set up, ready to go. We'll have a little bit of a job to do next time. Oh, really? This tractor already? Wow. The amount of work this tractor's done the last couple of days, it's already in need of it's already needed repairs, which is quite something. Oh yeah, the only unrealistic thing I am doing at the moment is lifting my rollers as I turn each time. Wait, let's reverse that up because that is not rolling the end of this field. The trouble with using cruise control, you have to disengage it or you do not get your rollers back down. I shouldn't be lifting the rollers anyway, as I'm saying. But I'm just being a little bit neater with the setup here and in trying to catch up with the seeder. Yeah, so we're gonna have this field done today, this which is great. That will mean absolutely we will be set up going into the year on here. Next time will completely be field 8, but my biggest worry and the initial thing I'm definitely going to have to do is get the go and buy some more seeds because we will not have enough seeds in order to do this whole field or the whole of field 8. I think we're barely going to have enough to do this field. So, yeah, we're going to need more seeds at the beginning of next time. That will delay our start a little bit. But we should be able to get a good staggered start, I think, eventually there. Not sure what's happened there. We've got a couple of patches in the field. But it looks like our seed has missed. Maybe there were a couple of bumps and things there. But there's 2 of them in the middle of the field there. I'm not sure what's going on with that. And we are leaving a couple of bits of stones. I don't know if that's because we've got medium stones or our roller just isn't going far enough across into the previous row. However, got a tree there. Got to avoid those. And yeah, looks like our seeder is is avoiding the trees by finishing early and not doing a full turnaround. So yeah, this is where the hired worker took over for the seeder, and it's missing bits, which is kind of what I expected it to do, in fairness. Oh no, our seeder has run out of seeds. That's not good at all. What we're gonna have to do then is, yeah, I'm gonna set this on a hired worker. We're going to jump into this and have a quick run down to the shop. I was hoping to leave this till next time, but it looks like we've got to do it today. So, judging by how many seeds we've used on 5B, I think we're going to want about twice as many for 8. So that is... we've done 4 bags for 5, so we're going to need 8 bags for 8, plus a couple. So I need to buy 10 bags of seeds, I think. We'll head down to the shop now, and hopefully our roller won't catch up with... Oh, lower that weight. Hopefully our roller won't catch up with our seeder before that happens, because... I don't want it to cause an issue. Either way, it'll get blocked by it. So, yeah. We'll head down the shop. We'll go and get this sorted. And we'll get 10 bags of seeds back to the farm. So, down to the shop. Let's pull this up here. And, oh, I think our John Deere is, yeah, is now causing us issues. Let's purchase the seeds. Look at that. Wow. 2 really interesting items in the shop, but neither of which we can afford right now. No, we want big bags, not pallets. So we want seeds And we want 8 bags first because 8 is the maximum. So buy that. Yes. Okay. And then we want 2 more after that. So buy that. Yes. Okay. And there we go. So we need to get all of these loaded back onto our onto our trailer, and then that John Deere not working. That is going to cause us all sorts of issues if that refuses to work with a hired worker. Because yeah, I don't know what I'm going to do otherwise. Right, there's a trick to getting these off here, because we have to drop them from a slightly higher height in order to drop both bags off. Final 2 bags, and up and over. Let's see if we can get them in line with the rest. Yeah, off to a bit of a height. Oh, I keep forgetting I need to switch to the second bag before I drop like that. There we go. Right, those can all be strapped down now. And onto here. Oh, that one there, that one there, that there. Is there another one there? Nope. So that's all good. Let's get this hooked back up, get this back up to the field, and see if in the next few minutes we can get everything finished off. Because, come on, connect up. Oh, I have to lower that weight in order to connect this, and sometimes you have to do that and then reconnect the weight, which is a little bit weird. But we're all done now. Let's get this lot back up to the farm, refill the seeder, and get the last couple of rows done. I think our roller is getting fairly close to our seeder at this point. Yeah, we may have to stop it working. I'm going to pull past it. Yeah, it's basically the next row is the same row as the seed is working. So we need to pull this trailer over here. Undo that. Bring this round. Grab a couple of bags of seed and get them loaded into the seeder. Like that. Undo that and undo the end one as well. Right, and on. So 2,000 litres of seed. That is going to easily be enough to get this going again. And yeah. Oh, we were so close to the end of the field here. But it all just went that tiny bit wrong, as it tends to from time to time on here. And bring this in behind, and as that loads up, that will very quickly fill this, probably before those are all open. Yep. And then we can send it on its way again, like that. Oh, it looks like, oh wow, yeah, you're gonna need refueling before the next field as well. So yeah, gonna be a busy time next time. This time, though, we will get this finished. So I'm going to take this with these 2 bags and run back up to the yard because we are finished with this tractor for today. I'm hoping the roller isn't going to interfere too much with the seeder. And we've just got those headlands in both cases to finish off. We're coming to the end of the field now with the Steiger, and yeah, we were just about 200 litres short, less than 200 litres short of finishing this field. I think it might actually be around 200 litres by the time I've sorted those headlands at the far end, which I'm going to turn around so that we can go back now and sort. I'm going to get the roller running along here, though. So let's just pop out of here. Yeah, I think the roller's probably got a couple of rows to go, and I don't think we'll finish down this end bit here. No. So yeah, that's got a couple of rows to roll. So we'll set that going, and this is going to have to do a headland as well. And we are just going to go and run this up the headland at the far end to finish things off. Yeah, you can see the bit that we need to just finish off up here. It'll be less than a full width of this. It should work fairly well. So turn on. Yeah, definitely less than a full width. So that's good news. And just run this along the edge of the field. I want to be in the field more than at the edge, so I'm not too worried about bits at the edge. This here, though, has finished. Perfect. Right, so now with that done and those headlands finished, we just need to get the John Deere back to the farm with the roller. And yeah, next time we're going to have to do some refilling on this tractor and some servicing on the others. Yeah, because even this tractor is in fairly good nick, this Steiger. I've finished rolling the end of the field with the John Deere here. We're just rolling the newly seeded bit that got missed earlier. I'm just covering our bases here. And that should then mean that we are complete on this job. Yep, we will just double check. So field 5 is all seeded and growing. It's seeded with corn, which is great because if I'd done the whole field with the wrong crop, that would have been really bad. And needs rolling. There's a couple of little bits there, but nothing massive to worry about. We've got more on 5C that still needs rolling, to be honest. So yeah, perfect. We are all done then. Let's lift that and fold it in. We'll pull off onto the road. And yeah, I'm going to get this tractor back up to the farm. But with all of our jobs done for today, all that remains is for me to say thank you for watching. I hope you've enjoyed this video. Please leave a like, drop us a comment, and give it a share. Special thanks to all my patrons and channel members. Your support is invaluable in making these videos and helping the channel to grow. For more from Virtual Farmer, check out the links below, follow on Twitch to watch live, and for more videos, subscribe and ring that bell. I will see you next time. Goodbye.